Dear friends, morning. Мы начинаем нашу работу.
We are starting our work.
Точнее, продолжаем
Or to be more
нашу работу.
precise, we continue our work.
И открываем
We are
первое
now
пленарное
opening the
заседание
first plenary session
Россия.
of the Russia-Africa Summit.
Уважаемый господин
Distinguished
Османи,
Mr. Asmani,
уважаемые главы
distinguished
государств,
heads of state,
правительств,
government,
руководители
heads of
делегаций,
delegations,
уважаемые друзья и
distinguished
коллеги.
friends and colleagues.
Рад приветствовать вас на
I am
пленарном
glad to
заседании
welcome you
второго
at
саммита
the plenary
Россия-Африка.
session of the second
Здесь
Russia-Africa
собрались
Summit.
представители подавляющего большинства африканских государств
Here we
и
have the
руководители
representatives of the
ведущих
vast majority of
региональных
African
организаций.
states and the heads of the
И это
leading regional
убедительно
organizations.
свидетельствует о
This
взаимном
provides
стремлении
us with
наших стран и
solid
народов
proof of the mutual
развивать
aspirations of
сотрудничество
our
по
countries
всем
and peoples to
направлениям,
develop
укреплять
cooperation in all the
честное,
areas
открытое
to
и
enhance
конструктивное
fair,
партнерство.
open and constructive
Россию
partnership.
и Африку связывают традиционно
Russia
крепкие
and
узы
Africa
дружбы и тесные
share the strong
взаимовыгодные
ties of
отношения,
friendship
основа которых
and mutually beneficial
закладывались еще в
relations,
середине прошлого века,
which had
в годы
started
борьбы
in the
народов
middle of the
африканского
previous
континента
century, in
за
the
свою
years of the
свободу.
fight of the peoples of the African continent for
На
their
протяжении
freedom.
десятилетий нами
Over
неизменно
the
оказывалась
decades,
поддержка
we have been
в
providing
тяжелом противостоянии стран
support
Африки колониальному
in the
игу.
struggle of the
К
African
сожалению,
nations against
некоторые проявления
colonialism.
колониализма не
Unfortunately,
изжиты до сих пор
certain aspects of
и по-прежнему
colonialism still
практикуются
remain
бывшими
and are still
метрополиями,
practiced by
в
the former
частности, в
metropolis,
экономической,
in particular
информационной
in the
и
economic,
гуманитарной сферах.
information and humanitarian
В России
areas.
помнят и чтят
Russia
память
remembers and
выдающихся сынов
honors the
Африки.
memory of the distinguished
Я
sons of
назову их,
Africa,
уважаемые друзья.
to name a few, dear
Мы должны
friends.
помнить
We
и
shall
не должны
remember
забывать о них.
and we shall not forget them.
Назову имена Патриса Лулумбы,
The names
Гамаля
such
Абдель
as
Насера,
Patrice Lumumba,
Нельсона
Gamal Abdel
Манделы,
Nasser, Nelson
Ахмеда
Mandela,
бен Беллы,
Ahmed Ben Bella,
Омара
Omar
Аль-Мухтар,
al-Mukhtar,
Кваме
Kwame
Нкрума,
Nkrumah,
Саморе
Samora Machel,
Машела, Леопольда
Leopold
Сенгора,
Senghor,
Кеннета
Kenneth
Каунды,
Kaunda,
Джулиуса
Julius
Nyerere.
Nyerere.
Мы помним и других
We
африканских
also
борцов за
remember the
свободу
other
и
African freedom
национальных лидеров
fighters and the
африканских стран.
national leaders of the
Основываясь
African
на
states.
принципах справедливости и
Based on the
равенства,
principles
они
of
твердо отстаивали
equality
для
and
своих
justice,
народов независимый
they
путь
firmly
развития,
defended the independence
зачастую
of their
ценой
peoples,
собственной жизни.
often at the price of their
Идеалы
life.
свободы,
The
независимости,
ideals of freedom,
суверенитета
independence and
весьма
sovereignty
значимы и
are
сейчас,
quite
в
important
нынешних
now
непростых
in
условиях
the current
международной
turbulent
турбулентности.
conditions on the
Когда
international
идет
arena,
формирование
when
по-настоящему
we're witnessing
многополярного
the establishment of a
миропорядка,
truly
эпоха
multipolar world
гегемонии
order
одного или
and the
группы
era
государств
of domination
уходит
of
в прошлое.
one or several
Правда,
states
не без
is becoming a
сопротивления
thing
тех,
of the past,
кто привык
albeit
к собственной
with the resistance
исключительности
of
и
those who got
монополии
used to
в
the idea
мировых делах.
of their own
Поэтому не
exceptionalism and
случайно, что
monopoly
второй
in
саммит
global affairs.
Россия-Африка
It is
проходит
no
под
accident
девизом
that the
«За
second
мир,
Russia-Africa Summit
безопасность
goes
и
under the
развитие»
slogan for
и
peace,
сфокусирован
security and
не только на
development.
вопросах
We're
расширения
focusing not
российско-африканского
only on the expansion
стратегического
of the
сотрудничества,
Russian-African strategic
но и на таких
partnership,
стержневых
but
темах,
also
как глобальная и
such
региональная
cornerstone
стабильность,
topics as global and
обеспечение
regional
устойчивого
stability,
развития континента,
sustainable development of the
укрепление
continent,
суверенитета
enhancing
африканских государств
sovereignty of the
во
African
всех его
states in
измерениях.
all the dimensions.
Россия и государства
Russia
Африки
and the
вместе
African
выступают
states
за
stand
построение
together
новой,
to
более
construct a new,
справедливой
more
архитектуры
fair and just
мироустройства.
architecture of the
Сообща
world order.
отстаивают международное
Together,
право,
we defend
Устав
international
ООН,
law, the
центральную
UN
роль этой
Charter, and the
всемирной
central role
организации.
of this global
Стараются
organization.
координировать
We are
подходы
trying
по
to
ключевым
coordinate our
вопросам
approaches on
международной
the key
повестки дня.
issues of the international agenda.
Характерно, что по многим
It
из
is
них наши
important to know
позиции
that
очень близки
we
или
have
полностью
shared or
совпадают.
similar positions on many
Об
of
этом
them.
свидетельствуют основные
This is
положения
manifested by the
политической
main
декларации,
positions of the
которая
political
подготовлена
declaration, which
для
is
одобрения саммитом.
drafted to be adopted by the
Расширяется
summit.
сотрудничество России и африканских
Russia and
государств
African
по
countries
противодействию
are ending
расползанию
cooperation
террористической
in
угрозы,
countering the spread
по
of the terrorist
реагированию на
threat,
вызовы в
to
области
react to the
информационной
challenges in the area
безопасности.
of information
Мы
security.
сообща выступаем против
Together,
использования тематики
we stand
климата,
against the
защиты
use
прав
and abuse
человека
of the
и так
topic of
называемой
climate, human
гендерной
rights and
повестки
so-called gender
в
agenda
неблаговидных политических
for the
целях.
self-centered political
Не
interests.
приемлем такие незаконные практики,
We do
как
not accept
односторонние
such
санкции
illegal
и
practices as
ограничительные,
unilateral
а по
sanctions
факту
and restrictive
карательные
or
меры,
even punitive
наносящие
measures
ущерб странам,
that damage the countries
проводящим
who
независимый курс
pursue an
и
independent policy,
создающие экономические
which
проблемы
create
масштабе
problems in the global
сдерживающие
scale
развитие.
and hold back our
И, естественно,
development.
не можем согласиться с заменой
And
международного
we
права
cannot accept
так
the
называемым
replacement of the
порядком,
international law with the
основанным на
so-called
правилах,
rules-based world order
которые некоторые страны
that
сами
certain
декларируют,
countries
сами же
declare
постоянно
themselves and
передергивают,
interpret and
меняют,
distort and
тасуют.
change
Вообще
themselves.
непонятно, что это за
It
правила,
is not
кем они
entirely clear
созданы.
what these
Ясно, что
rules
они
are and
используются
who created
отдельными
them.
странами в
It is
своих
clear that
корыстных
certain
интересах
countries are using them
и меняются
in
в
their
силу
own
политической
interest
конъюнктуры.
and change them for their
Главное,
own
что
benefit.
Россию и Африку объединяет
Most importantly, Russia and
врожденное
Africa
стремление отстаивать
share
подлинный
our inherent
суверенитет, право
aspiration
на
to
свой
defend
собственный
true
самобытный путь
sovereignty
развития,
and the right for our
политической,
own path of
экономической,
development in
социальной,
the political,
культурной и
economic,
иных
social,
сферах.
cultural, and other
Причем такое
areas.
стремление к
Such
независимости и
aspiration to
суверенитету
independence
не
and
означает
sovereignty does
самоизоляцию,
not
а
equal
наоборот,
self-isolation.
подразумевает открытость,
Quite the
сотрудничество
contrary, it
свободных
means
государств и
openness and
народов,
cooperation of the free
государств,
states and
равных в
peoples.
своих правах.
States as
Суверенитет
equals
– это не
in their
единожды
rights.
достигнутое состояние.
Sovereignty is not
За него
something you
надо
achieve.
постоянно
It is
бороться.
something you have
И в
to
этой
keep
связи хотел
fighting
бы
for,
напомнить
to
слова
maintain.
Нельсона
That
Манделы.
is why I would like to remind you the words
Он
of Nelson
сказал: «Не
Mandela,
судите
who
меня,
said, "Do not
не
judge
судите
me
обо мне по моим
by
успехам,
my successes.
судите обо мне по тому,
Judge
сколько
me
раз я
by
падал и
how many
поднимался
times I
снова».
fell down and got
Так и
back
с
up again."
государственным суверенитетом.
The same goes
Его
for
нужно
state sovereignty.
непременно
We
защищать,
need
никогда
to
не
defend
опускать
it.
руки, не
We shall
отступать
not
под
step
внешним
back
давлением.
or cave
И
in
в таком
under
стремлении
external
быть
pressure.
независимыми,
In this
отстаивать
aspiration to
суверенитет
stay
и активно
independent, to
участвовать в
defend
формировании
sovereignty and take
многополярной
part in the
системы,
establishment of the
основанной на
multipolar
равенстве
system
государств.
based on states'
Я
equality,
уверен, Россия и государства
Russia
Африки
and
полностью
Africa
в этом смысле
show
солидарны.
full solidarity with each
Хотел бы
other.
отметить и то, что на наших глазах
Let me know
африканский континент
that
становится
we
новым
witness the African
центром силы.
continent becoming a
Его
new center
политическая,
of power.
да и
Its
экономическая роль
political and economic
растет
role
в
is on the
геометрическом прогрессе.
rise
И с
exponentially,
этой объективной реальностью
and
всем
everyone
придется
shall take
считаться.
this reality into
Возьмем, к
account.
примеру, инициативу
Let us
ряда
take the
африканских
example
государств по
of the
вопросам
initiative of
укрепления,
several African states
по вопросам
for
решения
the
украинского
settlement of the
кризиса.
Ukrainian
Это острая
crisis.
проблема, мы не
This is
уходим
an
от его
acute issue,
рассмотрения.
and
Это
we
само по
continue
себе о многом
considering it.
говорит, ведь раньше
And this
любые
means a lot.
посреднические миссии
Previously,
были
any
монополизированы
intermediary missions
исключительно
had been
странами
essentially
с так
monopolized
называемой
by the countries with
развитой
so-called
демократией.
developed democracies.
Теперь нет. А
But
теперь
now
и
it's
Африка
different.
готова
Now
помогать в решении
Africa
проблем,
stands ready to
находящихся,
help
казалось бы,
us
вне
find
зоны ее
solutions
первоочередных
for the
интересов.
issues outside of
Мы
the
с
zone
уважением
of its
относимся к
original
вашим
interests,
инициативам
and we
и
respect
внимательно
your initiatives
их
and
рассматриваем.
take them
Заметно
into
возрос и
consideration.
авторитет
The
африканских
authority of the
региональных
African
структур.
regional
В
structures
первую
is
очередь
also on the
Африканского
rise.
Союза,
First of all,
как
the
выразителя
African
мнений и
Union as
устремлений
the
всего
expressor of opinions and
макрорегиона.
aspirations of the
Россия
entire macro
активно
region.
поддержала инициативу
Russia has actively
предоставить
supported the
Афросоюзу место в
initiative
группе
to
20.
provide
Это было бы
African
действительно
Union with
правильным
membership in the
решением,
G20.
отражающим
This would be
реалии
the right
и
solution,
расстановку сил в
which would
современном мире.
reflect the reality
Мы
and the
открыты
balance of power in
взаимодействию
the
и с
modern
другими
world.
региональными
We are open to cooperation
интеграционными
with other
объединениями.
regional integration groups of
Провели вчера
Africa.
специальную
Yesterday,
встречу
we
с
had a
их
special
руководством.
meeting with their
Выдвинули
leadership.
инициативу
We had
о
launched an
налаживании
initiative to establish
сотрудничества между
cooperation between the
Евразийским
Eurasian
экономическим
Economic
союзом
Union
и
and the
Африканской
African
континентальной
Continental
зоны
Free
свободной
Trade
торговли,
Area,
созданной в
established
рамках
within the
Афросоюза
African
для
Union to
обсуждения
discuss
возможности
the
сопряжения
possibility
интеграционных процессов
of
по линии этих
integrational
организаций.
synergy between these
И мы, конечно,
organizations.
разделяем стремление
And
государств
we
Африки
also
принимать
share the
более
aspiration of
масштабное
African
участие в
states to take a
деятельности
more active part
Организации
in the activities
Объединенных
of the
Наций.
United
Видим,
Nations.
какую активную
We
позицию в
see
этом
the active
отношении занимает
position taken
Афросоюз.
by the African Union in
Готовы
this
в
regard.
практическом плане
We
рассматривать
stand ready for
предложения
practical
по расширению
consideration of any
представительности
proposals to expand the
африканских
representation of
структур,
Africans in the
африканцев в
bodies
целом, в
of the
структурах
United
ООН,
Nations,
в том числе в
including
контексте
in the context
разрабатываемой
of the
реформы Совета
proposed reform of
Безопасности.
the UN Security
Полагаем, что
Council.
пришло время исправить
believe
историческую
It is time
несправедливость
to
по
mend the
отношению
historical
к
injustice
африканскому
towards the
континенту.
African continent.
Уважаемые коллеги,
Distinguished colleagues,
приходится признать и то, что
we have to
ситуация
admit
во
the
многих
fact that
регионах
the
Африки
situation in
остается
numerous
по-прежнему
African regions
нестабильной.
remains stable.
Неурегулированные
We still
межнациональные и
see
этнические
unsettled
конфликты.
international and ethnic
Сохраняются острые
conflicts,
политические и
acute political,
социально-экономические
social, and
кризисы.
economic
Это, конечно,
crisis.
тяжелое
This
наследие
is the
колониальной
grave
эпохи,
heritage of the colonial
курса
era,
«разделяй и
of the
властвуй»,
policy to
который
divide and
проводили в
conquer
Африке западные
of
метрополии.
the Western metropolis in
Развитию
Africa.
континента мешают терроризм,
Terrorism, the spread
распространение
of extremist
экстремистской
ideology,
идеологии,
national crime
транснациональная
and piracy
преступность,
all hinder the
пиратство.
continental development.
В противостоянии этим
To
угрозам
counter
Россия
these
также
threats,
предлагает
Russia
свое
also
содействие.
offers
И мы
its
заинтересованы
assistance.
в самом тесном
We stand ready
сотрудничестве
in
между
active
правоохранительными
cooperation between the law
структурами и
enforcement
специальными
bodies
службами
and
Российской
special
Федерации
services of
и
the Russian
стран
Federation
Африки.
and the African countries.
Настроены и в дальнейшем вести подготовку
We also
военнослужащих и
intend to
сотрудников
continue
органов
professional training for
правопорядка
servicemen
африканских стран
and
в
law
российских
enforcers of
специализированных
African countries in the
учебных
Russian
заведениях.
specialized academies
В
and
настоящее время в
universities.
вузах Минобороны России
Currently, the
обучаются
servicemen from numerous
военнослужащие из
African
многих
states are
государств Африки.
studying in the universities of the
В целях
Russian Defense
укрепления
Ministry.
обороноспособности
In
стран
order to
континента
enhance the defense capacity
развиваем
of the continent's
партнерство в
countries,
военной и
we
военно-технической
enhance our
области.
partnership in the military and
Россия
military
заключила
technical
соглашение
areas.
о
Russia has signed
военно-техническом
agreements on
сотрудничестве
military and
с
technical
более чем
cooperations
40
with over
государствами
40
Африки,
African
в котором
countries,
мы поставляем
which
широкую
now
номенклатуру
receive
вооружений и
a
техники.
wide array of
Часть таких
Russian
поставок
weaponry
идет на
and military
безвозмездной
equipment.
основе
Some of
с
them
целью
is
укрепления
provided free of charge
безопасности
in
и
order to enhance
суверенитета этих
security and
государств.
sovereignty of these
Африканские
states.
коллеги активно
Our African
участвуют в
colleagues take active
военно-технических
part in the
форумах и
military and
учениях,
technical forums and
проводимых
exercises
Россией,
organized by
где
Russia,
знакомятся с
where they can
перспективными образцами
see
оружия,
the
военной
advanced
техники,
types of
опытом ее
weaponry and military
применения.
equipment in practical
Вообще,
use.
внимание России к Африке неуклонно
The
растет,
attention of Russia to
что
Africa is on
проявляется
the
в наших
rise.
планах по наращиванию
This can be seen
дипломатического
in our
присутствия на
plans to
континенте.
expand the
Мы
diplomatic
готовы
presence on the
восстановить и
continent.
открыть новые
We are ready
российские
to
заграничные
restore and open
учреждения,
new
а
Russian
также
foreign
увеличить
missions
штат
and
сотрудников
increase
в
the number
целом
of
ряде
employees in a number
действующих посольств.
of existing
Это
embassies in
реальный
Africa.
практический шаг
This
по
is an actionable
существенной
step
активизации
to intensify
работы со
our
странами
contacts
Африки.
with the African countries,
Политической, в деловой
the political,
области,
business
в
contacts,
гуманитарной
as well
сфере,
as
в
cooperation
сфере
in the
культуры и
humanitarian area,
туризма.
the area of
В
culture and
качестве
tourism.
примера упомяну, что
As
после
an example,
многолетнего
let
перерыва
me
в
mention that
ближайшее
following
время
many years of
возобновят
suspension, we are
функционирование
about to
российские
restore the functioning
посольства
of the
в
Russian embassies in
Буркина-Фасо и
Burkina Faso
Экваториальной
and
Гвинее.
Equatorial Guinea.
Планируем расширить
We
и сеть
also intend to
российских
expand the
центров
network
науки
of
и
Russian
культуры, или как их еще
science
называют,
and culture
русских домов.
centers, also known
Они
as Russian
успешно
houses.
работают уже в 8
They're
африканских
currently
странах,
active in
а в
8
ближайшее
African
время
countries,
появятся и
and they're
еще в
about to
целом ряде
appear
государств.
in a number
Со
of
своей
new
стороны мы
African states.
приветствовали бы встречные шаги
We would
наших
welcome
африканских друзей
similar
и
steps by
окажем
our African
поддержку в
friends, and we will
открытии
provide
у нас
all the necessary
новых
support in the
посольств,
opening of
консульств,
new
других
embassies, consulates, and
представительств
other
африканских
missions
стран.
of African countries in
Дорогие
Russia.
друзья,
Dear friends,
конечно, несколько слов и
I
об
want to say a few
экономическом и
words of the
гуманитарном
economic and
сотрудничестве.
humanitarian cooperation with
Проведенный
Africa.
вчера форум свидетельствует
Yesterday's
о том,
forum
что и Россия, и
shows that both
африканские страны
Russia and the
действительно
African
хотят
countries
укреплять
are
взаимодействие
actually
в этих
eager
сферах.
to enhance
И
cooperation in
прямо
these
скажу,
areas.
нашим
And let me be frank,
предпринимателям
our
есть что
business
предложить
has something
уважаемым
to
партнерам
offer
из
our
Африки.
distinguished partners from
Несмотря на
Africa.
непростые условия на
Despite the
глобальных
turbulence
рынках,
on the global
товарооборот
market,
с Африкой
the volume of trade
неуклонно
with Africa
растет.
is on the rise.
Ясно, что
It is
это
clear
далеко не предел
that we
сегодняшний
are
уровень.
not at our
В
full capacity today.
абсолютных выражениях, в абсолютных
In
величинах
absolute
он не
figures,
является
the current
такой
volume of trade
целью, которую мы должны были
is
бы
not
перед
what we
собой
should be
ставить. Он
satisfied
пока
with.
достаточно
We can do much
скромный.
more. So far,
Увеличению
the volume is
российско-африканского
quite modest.
товарооборота, его
The growth of the
диверсификации
Russian
будет
African
способствовать
trade
более
and the
энергичный переход в
diversification
расчетах на национальные
would be
валюты,
promoted by the use
налаживание
of
новых
national currencies
транспортно-логистических
in the
цепочек.
trade and the establishment of new
Понимая, какое
transportation and
значение имеет
logistics chains.
бесперебойное
We understand the
снабжение продуктами
importance of
питания для
unhindered supply of
социально-экономического
food products
развития
for the
и
social and
поддержания
economic development and
политической
the support of
стабильности
political
африканских государств.
stability of the
Мы
African
наращиваем
states.
поставки
Therefore,
сельхозпродукции в
we
Африку.
expand and extend
Так,
the
в
shipments
2022
of
году
agricultural products to Africa. In the
направлено
year
11,5
2022, we have
миллионов тонн
sent
зерна
11.5 million
в
tons
африканские
of
страны.
grains to
А только
African
за первые
countries.
6
And
месяцев
in the first 6
текущего
months
года
of this year,
почти 10
we have
миллионов.
sent
И
another
это
almost
невзирая
10
на
million
введенные в
tons,
отношении нашего экспорта
despite
незаконные
the
санкции,
illegal
которые
sanctions against
серьезно
our exports,
затрудняют
which
поставку российского
seriously
продовольствия,
hinder the shipments of
усложняют
Russian food
транспортную
products
логистику,
and
страхование и проводку
complicate the
банковских платежей.
transportation, logistics, insurance,
И еще
and
раз
bank
подчеркну,
transactions.
Вы, дорогие друзья, можете быть уверены, что Россия всегда будет ответственным международным поставщиком сельхозтоваров. Продолжим поддерживать наиболее нуждающиеся страны и регионы. Будем поставлять наше зерно и другое продовольствие, в том числе на безвозмездной основе, а также в рамках продовольственной программы ООН. Вчера, как вы знаете, мы объявили, что уже в ближайшие 3-4 месяца поставим по 25-50 тысяч тонн зерна 6 африканским странам безвозмездно. В целом, Россия намерена и далее всемерно помогать развитию африканского континента, предоставляя не только гуманитарную помощь, но и торговые преференции, поддержку в создании современных производств, аграрного сектора, содействие по линии профильных международных структур и агентств. В частности, за период с 2020 по 2023 год на двусторонней основе реализовано 11 российских гуманитарных акций в 10 странах. Мы одними из первых пришли на помощь государствам континента в период пандемии коронавируса. Безвозмездно поставили миллионы тестовых систем, переданы мобильные медицинские лаборатории, оснащен оборудованием специальный центр изучения инфекций. Россия участвует и в усилиях по облегчению долгового бремени стран Африки. К настоящему времени общая сумма списанной нами задолженности составляет $23 миллиарда. По последним запросам африканских стран выделим на эти цели их развитие еще более 90 миллионов. Завершая выступление, уважаемые друзья, хотел бы еще раз подчеркнуть, что мы искренне готовы сообща, рука об руку с африканскими друзьями, работать на перспективу, выстраивать подлинно стратегическое взаимодействие и партнерство. Ценим отношения с каждой африканской страной и с континентом и уверены в успешном будущем этих отношений, формирующемся в многополярном мире. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо. Да, позвольте предоставить слово председателю Африканского союза, президенту Союза Коморских островов Азали Асумани. Пожалуйста, уважаемый.
Excellences, Monsieur Vladimir Poutine, président de la Fédération de Russie, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Excellences, Monsieur Moussa Faki, président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables assistants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen,
je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole. Je voudrais à nouveau réitérer nos remerciements les plus sincères pour l'accueil chaleureux et cordial et les mesures prises pour la réussite de ce deuxième sommet Russie-Afrique. Nous avons bien apprécié le dîner que vous nous avez offert hier, qui a été un très bon dîner avec l'animation qui a eu lieu et qui a démontré les potentialités culturelles de cette belle ville de Saint-Pétersbourg. Je voudrais à nouveau saluer la coopération exemplaire qui existe entre notre continent et votre pays, dont le génie de la créativité, l'ardeur du travail et la résilience à tous les aléas force l'admiration. Cette exemplarité s'est confirmée dans la qualité de nos travaux d'hier qui se sont déroulés dans très bonnes conditions et qui ont abouti à la conclusion de nombreux accords et à la prise de décisions importantes
that took place in wonderful conditions that led to signing of multiple agreements which would contribute to our cooperation. Let me emphasize that our partnership holds great future, especially if we actively get on board the youth, the women. This is the future of our countries, and we need to nourish the skills of business to them. It would also benefit to the business climate of the African Union countries, as well as initiatives to encourage foreign direct investment. The African youth is very vibrant. There are a lot of startups, SMEs. A great deal of effort is invested in research and science. Despite shortages in investment, we need to take into account the priorities of each other. Certainly, the 2063 African Union agenda would contribute to the sustainable economic growth of the Russian Federation and the African Union. The African Union is engaged in the economic transformation. Certainly, Russia would participate in the investment. It would also benefit from our many resources. We want to build an economic and social Africa that is integrated in the rest of the world. Certainly, we need to develop trade, investment in line with our shared goals. When it comes to training in digital technologies, Russia has achieved a lot here. We need to create human capital in order to work successfully in this area, in order to support sustainable development, in order to engage an increasing number of young people. As for peace and security, as well as democracy and human rights, of course, we applaud the efforts of some of our partners, but we also ask some of the other partners not to interfere in our domestic affairs. They are fighting against unconstitutional changes. At times, something happens on our continent, and that does not benefit our countries. The African Union condemns the anti-constitutional changes in Niger.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais pour conclure
we also join here the international community. A few words on bilateral relations between Russia and the Comoros. In the 1980s, during the Soviet era, our country got an opportunity to send hundreds of students to the Soviet Union to train them, and today these people hold important positions at various authorities that are decision-making in our country, especially with regard to the business community and economic area. Some of them make part of my delegation. Many of them are interpreters. That is why we thank you for this friendly and efficient cooperation. I'm positive that all of my colleagues present here are also grateful to you. They wish to galvanize this cooperation with Russia. We hope that the Russia-Ukraine crisis that somewhat halted our relationship would see the resumption of our relations. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman. I believe that yesterday's agenda was very meaningful, and I hope that you enjoyed the show. Just like the rest of you, our artists wanted to showcase not only what Russia has in terms of culture, but also the link between our cultures. And I believe that at the end of yesterday's event, they achieved to do that. Thank you for your statement. You have noted a lot of interesting things, especially when it comes to the youth. That is very sensitive. African young people are very talented. Many of those present here, despite the fact that a lot of time has passed after their training in the Soviet Union, they speak fluent Russian, highlights the quality of human potential in Africa. Thanks a lot, and now I give the floor to the interim president of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Camarade Président Vladimir Poutine, camarade Président Chef d'État,
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Comrade Vladimir Putin,
bonjour.
Your Excellency, Chairman of the African Union, heads of the delegations, thank you. Hello. It gives me great honor to address you here this morning and to convey to you the fraternal greeting of my people. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Almighty who allowed us to gather here today and to talk about the prosperity and the future of our peoples.
Africanité oblige, les droits d'aînesse, je me dois de m'excuser. Camarades, j'ai quelques questions donc de ma génération.
For maybe offending you somehow.
Mais nous n'avons pas de réponse.
My generation
nous pouvons laver
asks a lot of questions but does not get any answers.
En ce sens que la Russie est une famille aussi pour l'Afrique.
Here we feel at home.
C'est une famille parce que nous avons la même histoire.
Russia is also a family to Africa because we share history.
Pour libérer le mondisme pendant la Seconde Guerre mondiale.
Russia has sacrificed a lot
ont été déportés de force aussi pour aider l'Europe
to liberate Europe and the world from fascism during World War II. We have shared history.
Qu'ils soient dans les livres d'histoire, dans les documentaires ou films, on tend donc à balayer le rôle prépondérant qu'a joué la Russie et de l'Afrique dans cette lutte contre le nazisme.
In many ways, the role of Russia and Africa in the fight against Nazism has been forgotten, but today we stand together, and today we're here to talk about the future of our countries and what will happen tomorrow in this new free world to which we aspire for, where there will be no meddling in our domestic affairs. We have shared prospects, and I hope that this summit will provide an opportunity to establish just peace and just world order and relations between our peoples. It's not quite clear to me how come that Africa that has so many resources, water, solar energy, how come that currently it is the poorest continent in the world with the highest levels of famine? How come that we have to ask for help? We ask ourselves, but we don't get any answers. We have a chance to build new relationship. Hopefully, this relationship will be for the better to us in order to build a better future for our country. On behalf of my generation, I would like to say that due to poverty, many had to cross oceans in quest for a better life. At times, they die. At times, they starve. It's hard for them to survive. As for Burkina Faso, it's been 8 years since we have been facing the most barbaric and violent form of colonialism, barbarism. We are imposed this modern form of slavery. We were taught one thing. A slave that cannot rebel does not deserve pity. And we decided to fight against terrorists that impede our development and our struggle. Our peoples decided to take up arms in order to fight terrorism.
traiter ces VDP de milices et de tout type.
Imperialists,
c'est décevant. Parce qu'en Europe, c'est des peuples prennent les armes pour défendre leur patrie, on les traite de patriotes. Nos grands-pères ont été déportés pour sauver l'Europe. C'était pas avec leur consentement, contre leur gré.
Take arms in order to
Et
defend
bien au
their
retour, on se
motherland.
rappelle bien qu'à Tiaroy, lorsqu'ils ont voulu
They say that they are
revendiquer leurs
not
droits élémentaires,
patriots,
ils ont
but
été
when
massacrés.
my
Cela ne fait rien donc.
grandfather had to take up
Lorsque
arms,
nous,
it was
peuple,
against
nous
his
décidions
will.
de nous défendre, on nous traite de milices. Mais là n'est pas le problème. Ce qui est le problème, c'est de voir des
When
chefs
people
d'État
decide
africains
to take up
qui
arms,
n'apportent rien à ces peuples qui se battent, mais qui chantent la même chose que
there's
les
another
impérialistes.
problem. The problem is that the heads of African states do not give anything to these people who fight against imperialism. They're calling us armed units, bandits.
Il faut que nous, chefs africains, nous arrêtons de nous comporter
We do
donc
not
en
agree
marionnettes
with
qui
such
dansent
an
à chaque fois
approach.
que les impérialistes tirent sur les ficelles. Hier, le président Vladimir
Leaders
Poutine
of
a
African
annoncé donc
states should not
l'envoi
be
de céréales en
puppets
Afrique. Nous sommes bien contents.
when
Nous lui disons merci pour
imperialists
cela. Mais aussi, c'est un message
treat
passé à
them
nous,
like
chefs d'État
that.
africains. Parce qu'au prochain
I would
forum,
like
nous ne
to
devrons pas venir
convey
ici
a message to heads
sans
of
avoir
African
assuré pour ceux
states.
qui ne connaissent pas la guerre l'autosuffisance alimentaire de nos peuples. Nous devons prendre l'expérience de ceux qui ont pu déjà atteindre cela en Afrique, tisser de bonnes relations ici et tisser de meilleures relations avec la Fédération de Russie pour pouvoir assouvir les besoins de nos populations. Je ne serai pas peut-être long, le temps est imparti et très court. Nous sommes obligés de nous arrêter à un moment donné. Mais je voudrais terminer en disant que nous devons donc rendre hommage à nos peuples.
Since
À nos
there's
peuples
not
qui se battent.
much time left for my intervention, let me
Gloire à nos
pay
peuples.
tribute to
Dignité à
our
nos
peoples
peuples.
that
Victoire à nos peuples.
fight
La patrie ou la
against
mort.
all the
nous
evil.
vaincrons.
Glory to our
Merci,
people,
camarades.
respect to our people, and victory to our people. Thank you, comrades.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин Трауре. На что хотел бы обратить внимание. Вот только что выступивший коллега сказал о роли России в борьбе с нацизмом. Она кем-то пытается быть затушевана, забывается. Но эта борьба велась Советским Союзом, Россией в интересах всего человечества. Для освобождения человечества от нацизма. Я хочу обратить внимание, что и борьба Африки за свою независимость, и борьба Африки против апартеида велась и ведется не только в интересах самой Африки. Она ведется в интересах всего человечества.
For the interest and for the benefit of the Africa per se, but also for the benefit of the humankind, because it leads to such results that improve the quality of relations in the world. Hence, it improves the situation in the world at large. And in this sense, I agree with Mr. Traore. It resembles pretty much what was happening with Soviet Union, what has been happening with Russia in its struggle, and what is happening with Africa in their quest for genuine independence. It gives me great pleasure to give the floor to the President of the Central African Republic, or rather to the President of Republic of Cameroon, Paul Biya.
Monsieur le Président de la Fédération de Russie,
Your Excellency, President
tout d'abord
of the Russian Federation,
d'exprimer les remerciements de la délégation qui
allow me to express my appreciation on behalf of my delegation and on my personal behalf for the warm welcome, fraternal welcome that was accorded to us in this wonderful city of St. Petersburg.
Exprimer la gratitude de l'Afrique et du Cameroun en
allow me to express my appreciation on behalf of all the African states and peoples
de renforcer
arranging and organizing the summit that would, without any doubt, help strengthen mutual understanding between Africa and the Russian Federation. Probably many are surprised at the interest that is showcased by Russia towards Africa. Here I would like to underscore, and everybody knows about that, in the 1960s, we gained independence after a long struggle, and back in the day, Russia provided a huge assistance and genuine assistance to my country. Once again, I would like to thank your grand country for this help. As for today's forum, it is dedicated to cooperation. This cooperation has always brought great results to Africa. Today, the world is facing many problems: drought, economic crisis, let alone the COVID-19 pandemic. It was a new page in our history, but let us not forget about other problems, skyrocketing inflation, and other issues. In the face of these challenges, we call you for cooperation, the kind of cooperation that Russia has always enjoyed with Africa. I'm confident together we can offer new solutions to our peoples to address all challenges. There are more than 1 billion people living in Africa, yet we are underrepresented in international organizations, namely in the United Nations organization. We look forward to Russia's support in rectifying the current state of affairs, which is unjust. Let me also say that the development problems are still urgent for our countries. The current crisis has further aggravated the situation. Just like in the past, we hope that Russia would support us. It would help us find finance resources. What we want is to send a request to the IMF, to other financial institutions, in order to resolve our problems, to address security issues and terrorist challenges. That is the area where we also need to cooperate. Indeed, Russia provides assistance to many countries of the world in its fight against terrorism. Africa faces these issues as well as many other challenges, the whole range of them, but hopefully together we will move towards resolving these matters.
I won't keep listing all the difficulties and problems that we are facing. I would like to take this opportunity once again and thank the Russian Federation and its leadership for providing assistance to African countries in overcoming economic difficulties. Our students are studying at Russian universities. They get back to our country enriched with new knowledge, and this is something we are grateful to the Russian Federation for. I would like this forum to ensure that relations between Russia and Africa strengthen. Thank you for your attention.
Уважаемый коллега сказал, что у
Our distinguished colleague has just said that some people are surprised at Russia's increasing attention to Africa. However, I personally think that this is hardly surprising. There's a certain apprehension regarding this process, but it is something else that is surprising. It was surprising that at a certain point in history, Russia started paying less attention to Africa, despite the positive experience of previous decades that we had accumulated. However, at some point, we did not pay enough attention to Africa. But given Africa's future, its potential, and our achievements accumulated over previous decades, it is only natural that we, Russia and Africa, restore our relations, and this process will continue unfolding. Our work today is another attempt to move down the same path. I now give the floor to President Touadéra of the Central African Republic.
Merci. Excellence, Monsieur Vladimir Poutine, Président de la Fédération de Russie. Excellence, Monsieur le Président en exercice de l'Union africaine. Excellence, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs, je prends la parole au nom de la République centrafricaine au cours de cette session du deuxième sommet Russe-Afrique qui se tient dans cette merveilleuse ville de Saint-Pétersbourg pour saluer la détermination de la Fédération de Russie à accompagner l'Afrique, notre continent, dans son combat pour la souveraineté et le développement, droit inaliénable énoncé dans la Charte des Nations Unies. Je tiens à cet égard à saluer et féliciter le président Vladimir Poutine, le gouvernement et le grand peuple russe pour l'excellente qualité d'organisation de cet important sommet, en dépit du contexte marqué par des chocs climatiques, des tensions géopolitiques et géostratégiques, des défis financiers, énergétiques, alimentaires, humanitaires, sans précédent, et puis avoir convié mon pays, la République centrafricaine. Je voudrais aussi saisir cette occasion pour exalter l'excellence des relations d'amitié et de coopération entre la Fédération de Russie et la République centrafricaine. Grâce à cette coopération très agissante, la Fédération de Russie a déployé, sans considération d'intérêts géopolitiques, géostratégiques ou économiques, des forces bilatérales russes qui ont appuyé de manière déterminante les forces de défense et de sécurité centrafricaines dans leur riposte contre les assauts lancés le 13 janvier 2021 sur la capitale Bangui par une nébuleuse organisation terroriste nommée Coalition des Patriotes pour le Changement. Cette intervention, preuve tangible d'une amitié sincère entre nos deux pays et nos deux peuples, a permis non seulement de sauver la démocratie par l'organisation des élections présidentielles et législatives dans le délai constitutionnel, mais aussi et surtout d'éviter une nouvelle guerre civile aux conséquences incalculables. Puis-je exprimer au nom du peuple et du gouvernement centrafricain ma très profonde gratitude aux plus hautes autorités russes pour avoir confirmé la vitalité et la force de notre vision pour une République centrafricaine apaisée, unie et prospère. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, depuis plusieurs décennies, d'un sommet à l'autre, les promesses se suivent sans pour autant arriver à inverser le cours de la pauvreté. Des crises sécuritaires, alimentaires, humanitaires et des conséquences des changements climatiques. L'Afrique est donc en quête d'un partenaire économique et financier sûr, des relations diplomatiques basées sur l'égalité, le respect mutuel, le droit à l'autodétermination des peuples et un partenariat gagnant-gagnant. La République centrafricaine, longtemps soumise, longtemps brimée, a depuis le 30 mars 2016 repris sa place dans le Conseil des Nations et contribue à la promotion du multilatéralisme comme instrument de la paix et du développement des nations. Pour ce faire, elle met un accent sur la diversification des relations diplomatiques, la coopération bilatérale avec tous les pays qui le souhaitent et le développement d'une diplomatie économique. Le forum Russie-Afrique, qui inclut cette année la dimension humanitaire, apparaît comme l'une des occasions attendues pour trouver une meilleure alternative à un ordre mondial au relent hégémonique, révolu, inadapté à l'évolution du monde d'une part, mais aussi de rechercher, dans le cadre de ce partenariat novateur avec la Russie, des solutions pratiques et durables aux crises qui secouent le monde et particulièrement le continent africain. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la République centrafricaine, dont le sol et le sous-sol regorgent d'immenses ressources naturelles faiblement exploitées, se bat pour se débarrasser de l'héritage colonial et peut apporter ses contributions à l'établissement d'un nouvel ordre mondial juste. Par ma voix, la République centrafricaine invite tous les dirigeants du monde et leur peuple à œuvrer de manière franche et résolue à la construction effective d'un ordre mondial fondé sur les principes cardinaux de la Charte des Nations Unies, afin de permettre aux pays africains de voir la concrétisation des nobles idéaux qui y sont contenus et parvenir à la paix, à la sécurité et au développement harmonieux et équilibré du monde. Je vous remercie.
As well as peace, security, and harmonious development. Thank you.
Уважаемый коллега дал высокую оценку наших отношений межгосударственных.
You said some kind words about our international relations. Naturally, we will preserve the same level of international relations, including in the most sensitive areas of our cooperation. There can be no doubt about that. However, we can do and must do more. We have plenty of opportunities and will do so. We will
Позвольте предоставить слово президенту Республики Уганда, господину Мусевени.
Uganda, President Museveni, the floor is yours.
His Excellency President Vladimir Putin, Their Excellencies, the African state and the government, the people of Uganda send you greetings and well wishes. I have had the good fortune of watching and participating in freedom activities in our area for the last 60 years plus. In order to understand the struggles we have been involved in, we should be reminded that by 1900, the whole of Africa had been colonized except for Ethiopia. This colonization followed 500 years of taking slaves from Africa and the devastation that criminal trade caused. It was not only Africa that was colonized, but also much of Asia, India, Indonesia, Indochina, Burma, the Philippines, Malaysia, etc., and the subjugation and extermination of the indigenous people of the Americas and Australia. However, these criminal acts by the imperialists, the slave trade and colonialism, provoked the colonized people into launching a resistance movement by some of the black people in the United States of America, in the persons of Du Bois and Pademont, who launched the Pan-African movement. This was the first step. Secondly, in 1912, the African National Congress of South Africa was launched, led by new resistance fighters, different from before, when the leaders of the resistance were the kings and chiefs, such as Kabarega of Uganda, Mkwawa of Tanzania, Robengura of Zimbabwe, Mwang of Uganda. Thirdly, the huge country of the Soviet Union was taken over by communists in 1917, and so was the huge country of China in 1949. Those communists were staunch anti-imperialists. Fourthly, our good fortune was that the greedy imperialists started fighting among themselves over us. I'm referring here to the so-called First and Second World Wars. In effect, these were inter-imperialist wars vying for domination of the world. In those wars, the imperialists weakened themselves to the advantage of the anti-colonial movement. That is how India, Pakistan, Indonesia, etc. got independence. Some of the imperialists tried to cling to colonies, but they were defeated in Algeria, Vietnam, Kenya, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and South Africa. Fifthly, even within the imperialist countries, we had allies that were against the evil system. People like Fena Brockway, Dingo Foot, Olof Palme were with us and with our parents before us in opposing this evil system. It is these 5 factors that caused the defeat of the imperialism and restored our sovereignty to some extent. These are, again, the anti-colonial movement in Africa, Asia, Latin America, the rise of communism in the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, North Korea, etc., the 2 inter-imperialist wars of the last century that caused the weakening of the imperialist countries to our advantage, even when our parents were used as cannon fodder in those criminal wars, fighting the Japanese in Burma, the Italians in Ethiopia, the Germans in North Africa and Europe. Then 5th, the Pan-African movement launched by some of the Black people in the United States of America, and the support by some fair-minded persons in the imperialist countries, persons, as I've already said, like Fena Brockway, Dingo Foot, Olof Palme, and others. We are therefore happy to be here in Russia, and we take this opportunity to thank the Soviet peoples and other socialist countries for that support. However, flag independence did not, in the majority of cases in Africa, mean healthy disengagement with imperialist economies. Up to now, many of the African economies still face the bottlenecks and distortions of the colonial era. Although some progress has been achieved, a lot remains to be done. That is why you hear that the GDP of Africa is currently US dollars 2.7 trillion, smaller than the individual economies of countries like Japan, Germany, etc., not to mention United States or China. This stunting of the African economies is caused by a number of bottlenecks that I may not have time to enumerate here. We have, however, identified them, and we are handling them together with our brothers in the African Union. However, one example can bring out some of these bottlenecks. This is the issue of coffee. The global value of coffee businesses currently is US dollars 460 billion. 460 billion. This is the value of the coffee in the world. However, all the coffee producing countries in the world, Africa, Brazil, Colombia, Vietnam, all of us, take only US dollars 25 billion out of this. The coffee business in the world, 460 billion. All of us, the coffee producers in the world, our share, $25 billion. Africa's share is US dollars 2.5 billion. Out of the 460 billion, Africa's share is 2.4 billion. With Uganda taking $800 million, those who are now producing 800 million bags of 60 kilograms each. Germany, a non-coffee producing country, earns US dollars from coffee, 6.85 billion from coffee, more than all the African coffee producing countries. My young friend from Burkina Faso was asking about this, where the problem is. I could see he's very worried, our young soldier there. So you have the answer here. This is part of modern slavery. This is the modern slavery. What is causing this? Africa being locked into and also locking itself into only producing raw materials of agriculture, minerals, etc., and abstaining from adding value. A kilogram of good coffee today earns about US dollars 2.5. The same kilogram roasted and processed outside Africa earns about US dollars 40. So we get $2.5 for a kilo of coffee. Somebody who is clever outside gets $40. This is the hemorrhage that has stunted Africa's growth. There are other bottlenecks, but I do not have time to go into them. Therefore, my proposal to our allies of Russia, India, China, etc., is to point out to them that they could help here by policy decisions to buy value-added products from Africa rather than raw materials. Those are products like processed coffee instead of bean coffee, chocolate instead of cocoa beans, textiles instead of just cotton, steel instead of iron ore. Iron ore, we call it, our languages are richer than English, we call it obtare. Obtare, that's iron ore, different from the metro. Electric batteries instead of just lithium, etc. Part of the issues we are solving among ourselves in Africa is the issue of the free flow of goods and services in the continental free trade area. If this is addressed, the other problem of food, which people are talking about so much, for African societies, will also be partially addressed. In Uganda, we don't have a problem of food. Uganda is a net exporter of food. Products like maize, milk, bananas, fruits, fish, cassava, not to mention beverages like coffee, tea, cocoa, vanilla, etc., are produced in big quantities, and with irrigation, bigger quantities are possible. Without irrigation, our farmers produce 5.3 tons of bananas per hectare. With irrigation and fertilizers, that production has gone 53 tons per hectare in some of the government-supported farms. It is therefore important for our partners to know that some of the African countries, such as Uganda, produce huge quantities of food, and moreover, food of unique nutritional value, beef with yellow fat, instead of the cholesterol-laden types you get from many parts of the world, potassium-rich bananas, high cream milk, fish with a nuni, neuropathic bladder, that is a cure for some maladies, millet with protein, carbohydrates, and iron together. What we actually need are markets in both Africa and beyond. This is part of the problem. Some of the African countries have got a lot of food, but they cannot sell it to the other countries because of the trade barriers within Africa. Secondly, you could also encourage your companies
Кроме того,
to
вы
invest in
можете
value
также
addition in Africa.
работать с своими компаниями, чтобы они сами способствовали созданию добавочной стоимости в Африке.
Value addition to the abundant raw materials in Africa means more jobs for the unemployed African youth that are dying in the Mediterranean, trying to reach Europe, and more money in their pockets. They will then afford to pay for more electricity generated by turbines made from outside, which creates more jobs and money for the turbine producers outside. After some delays, we in Africa are making some good moves. One of them is the CFTA, the Continental Free Trade Area, that is uniting the huge market of Africa of 1.5 billion people. We shall be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years. Remember that Africa is 12 times bigger than India in land area. But until recently, the population of India has been bigger than that of Africa. Therefore, Africa has actually been underpopulated for much of the millennia. The fact that it is the origin of man, Homo sapiens sapiens, 4.5 million years ago, notwithstanding. Today, on account of modern medicine, Africa will have optimal population for the first time in human history. Finally, those who foment wars on account of ideological issues are wrong, and they are time and opportunity wasters. Human history will move on whether they like it or not. Did the religious wars in Europe impose religious conformity in the world? You remember there were people who wanted to make sure that everybody is a Catholic, wanted to make sure, and they were using war, and what happened? They failed. There was the Austria of the Austro-Hungarian Empire called Metternich. Did Metternich's Holy Alliance stop the spread of capitalism and the overthrow of feudalism? When there was a revolution in France in 1789, this revolution was a bourgeois revolution, was a capitalist revolution. Now, Metternich was supporting feudalism, and his answer was to launch war to defeat the capitalist movement in France. But he failed. The only justified wars are the just wars, like the anti-colonial wars. Wars of hegemony will fail and waste time and opportunity. Dialogue is the correct way. I thank you. Thank you so much.
Большое спасибо. Действительно, колонизация других стран, работорговля сегодня всеми признается как преступление. Это очевидно. Сегодня все с этим согласны. Но не были согласны, когда шла борьба за независимость в Африке. Не были. Это мы с вами хорошо помним. Вот это первое. Второе, получение своего флага, как сказал наш коллега, недостаточно. Это очевидно. Вот сохранение монополии некоторых стран в области финансов, в области технологий, в области цифры, да, и в области продовольствия, вот это неприемлемо. Да, с этим нужно бороться. И, конечно, вот многие здесь присутствующие знают, Советский Союз, Россия никогда не исходили из того, что нужно покупать в Африке только сырье. Сколько Советский Союз построил предприятий, электростанций, сталелитейных заводов в Африке. Мы должны вернуться к этой практике, как призвал сейчас коллега. Мы будем это делать и на двухсторонней основе, и на международной площадке. Спасибо большое. Позвольте предоставить слово президенту Республики Конго Денису Нгесо.
Monsieur le Président de la Fédération de Russie,
Mr. President of the Russian Federation,
Monsieur le Président de l'Union des Comores, président en exercice de l'Union africaine, mesdames et messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, monsieur le président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs, l'accueil particulièrement chaleureux qui nous a été réservé à moi-même et à ma délégation, et la satisfaction de prendre part à ce deuxième sommet Russie-Afrique m'amène à adresser mes sincères remerciements à M. Vladimir Poutine, président de la Fédération de Russie. Les thématiques de la présente rencontre appellent à un ferme engagement pour la paix, la sécurité et le développement. Chaque époque a ses générations et chaque génération a ses défis. Hier, pour l'Afrique, les défis étaient dans l'unité, de libérer le continent de la colonisation, de vaincre l'apartheid et de conquérir l'indépendance. Dans ce combat, l'Afrique avait bénéficié du soutien de l'ancienne URSS au mouvement de libération. Le tout dans un élan de solidarité appelé à l'époque l'internationalisme. Pour assumer pleinement l'indépendance, l'Afrique avait besoin d'une élite qualifiée et compétente. Aussi, l'ancienne URSS avait-elle accordé de milliers de bourses pour la formation de nombreux cadres africains. Aujourd'hui, le défi pour les générations actuelles porte sur le développement de l'Afrique afin d'assurer le bien-être des 2 milliards d'Africains attendus d'ici l'année 2050. Aujourd'hui, comme hier, dans le cadre de la libération, il s'agit d'un combat, celui du développement pour lequel l'Afrique ne peut se passer de l'accompagnement des amis, des partenaires, le monde étant devenu un village planétaire. L'on ne pourrait par exemple, Monsieur le Président, imaginer l'industrialisation du continent sans l'électricité. Souvenons-nous du célèbre mot d'ordre lancé par un grand révolutionnaire de votre pays, selon lequel le socialisme, c'est le pouvoir des soviets plus l'électricité. On constate qu'à ce jour, 600 millions d'Africains, je dis bien 600 millions d'Africains n'ont pas accès à l'électricité. En outre, il ne saurait y avoir de libre-échange et libre circulation des personnes et des biens sans des voies de communication modernes, notamment des infrastructures routières, ferroviaires, portuaires, aéroportuaires.
logistics, transportation links, the railroads, the
La
sea
zone
traffic,
de libre-échange
the
continentale
telecommunications,
africaine,
the airports,
qui
the
participe
African
de cette
continental free
vision
trade area
salvatrice,
is
ne peut
the
avoir de
manifestation
contenu
of a new vision for our
que
future.
si elle est adossée à des infrastructures de communication viables.
However, the implementation of the free trade area
Tous
is
ces
only
investissements sont
possible
onéreux.
if supported by the relevant
Si un
infrastructure,
pays s'engage à
and
les
these
réaliser
investments
seul,
are quite costly.
ce sera au prix d'un
And if our
endettement
countries
suicidaire.
are left alone,
Ces réalisations
this
ne seront
would be
possibles
equal to
qu'en pool de
suicide.
pays
The implementation
ou
of
dans
such
le
plans
cadre
is
des
only
communautés
possible if we
sous-régionales.
unite our efforts as part of the
L'accompagnement
continent
de l'Afrique
or the
par la
regional and
Russie
sub-regional organizations.
appelle au renforcement
Assistance to Africa by Russia
du partenariat stratégique gagnant-gagnant.
means strategic partnership,
Cela impose
and we
aux
call for
pays
the
africains
establishment of a
de
strategic,
se
mutually
concerter
beneficial partnership.
pour
At the
définir
same
des
time, we,
infrastructures
as the
prioritaires
African countries, shall concentrate
qui
on
constitueront la
defining the
base
main
des
priorities,
négociations globales
the main
dans le
infrastructural
cadre de
projects,
partenariats
which would be subject for
public-privé,
future negotiations
de
as part
financement
of the
en BOT
state-private partnership.
ou de crédits
We will be
concessionnels
seeking diversified
remboursables
financial
sur le long
sources,
terme.
including concessions, loans
L'Afrique
for
ne pourra
the
se
long
développer
term. We may
dans
discuss
le cadre
various
d'une synergie intégrée
sources of financement.
et non autarcique,
Africa can only continue
se
its
fondant
development
sur de
in the
petits
conditions
projets
of
sans
synergy.
envergure.
Self-isolation
Une
is
telle
unacceptable
coopération
for us.
ne devrait
Sure,
pas
there
être
are
réduite à
small-scale
une simple
projects currently in
générosité
place,
basée
but we need
sur l'aumône
the
pour les uns
large-scale ones.
et
We
la
do not
mendicité pour
expect
les autres.
any generosity.
L'Afrique dispose de suffisamment de
We are not
ressources
begging for
pour
money.
concrétiser
The
une telle démarche.
Russian-African partnership has a great future.
Cette vision de développement
has
est
vast
importante.
resources. Our vision of the future of
Elle
our
place la
cooperation
paix
is a
au rang
vast
de levier
vision.
essentiel
And we're doing
afin de
this
garantir
in
la
name of
mise en
peace
confiance des partenaires et la sécurisation des initiatives
based on the
engagées.
mutual trust and confidence between
En
the
parlant de
partners.
paix en Afrique,
This would allow us to
il
comply
faut
with all the
également
obligations
évoquer la
and
paix
complete all the
dans
initiatives.
cette partie de l'Europe.
Speaking of peace in Africa,
C'est pourquoi
I
j'en
would like
appelle
to repeat
ardemment
that we do have an
à la
aspiration
fin
for peace
du
in
conflit
Africa and in Europe as
russo-ukrainien.
well. This is exactly why I am once again
La
calling to
sagesse
put an end
africaine
to the
enseigne que
Russian-Ukrainian conflict.
l'herbe
There is
fait
one
toujours les frais
African saying,
d'une rivalité ou d'un duel entre éléphants.
it goes that
Tel est le cas du blé qui a intégré
grass
les
suffers
habitudes
from the
alimentaires
elephants
de la
walking on it.
plupart des pays africains, aujourd'hui confrontés à des pénuries
This
qui ont
means
un réel
various
impact
aspects of our activities.
sur le quotidien de leur
This
population.
is a comprehensive problem.
Pour une
Our
solution
population
adéquate au
is
conflit
affected by
russo-ukrainien,
numerous difficulties and problems.
l'initiative africaine
Coming back to the
ne
Russian-Ukrainian
doit
conflict,
ni être
let me say
négligée,
that the
ni
African
être
initiative is
sous-estimée.
worthy of attention.
J'ai apprécié la position
We cannot
prise
underappreciate it.
tout à l'heure par le président
This is
Poutine sur
exactly
ce
why
sujet.
I support the words
Une
of
fois de
Mr.
plus,
Putin on this topic.
l'optimisme reste de mise,
Once again,
tant pour
let me say
l'éventail
that we
des préoccupations
retain
qui
our
seront abordées
optimism.
au cours de ce sommet,
we have
que
numerous
pour la
problems, and we
restauration
discuss all
de
of
la
them
paix
during this summit.
dans cette partie du monde qui nous accueille
And we are once
aujourd'hui.
again
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le
calling
Président.
to restore peace in Europe and in your part of the planet.
Большое
Thank you for your
спасибо.
attention.
Это очень важный вопрос.
Thank you.
Безусловно, мы
These
его
are very
обсудим
important matters,
сегодня.
and
У
we will
нас
definitely
посвящено
discuss
будет
them.
этому
Today
специальное
we will
время.
have a special
Что
session for
касается
that.
мира, это
For the matter of
безусловно
peace.
так. это основа любого развития. Но я бы хотел обратить внимание на две вещи, которые были затронуты выступающим. Это инфраструктура и подготовка кадров. Инфраструктура, безусловно, базовое условие для развития, это совершенно очевидно. И здесь нужно определить, и здесь на что бы хотел обратить внимание. Во-первых, у России есть компетенции развития любой инфраструктуры. Любой, я хочу это подчеркнуть. И компетенции очень хорошие. Во-вторых, есть финансовые источники для того, чтобы решать эти задачи. Нужно только нам совместно предложить и выработать взаимовыгодные, эффективные с экономической точки зрения инструменты решения этих вопросов. У Африки достаточно ресурсов для того, чтобы выработать совместно со своими партнерами, в том числе с партнерами из России, эти инструменты. Ну а что касается кадров, подготовки кадров, у нас очень хороший опыт работы с талантливой молодежью из Африки, очень хороший. И я думаю, что это вообще самое главное, потому что будущее мировой экономики зависит от высоких технологий, а развитие высоких технологий без специалистов просто невозможно. И это очень важное направление нашей совместной работы. Спасибо большое. Пожалуйста, слово президенту Арабской Республики Египет Абдель Фаттаху Сиси. Пожалуйста.
Абдель Фаттах аль-Сиси, please.
شكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, in the name of Allah,
رئيس روسيا الاتحادية. فخامة الرئيس عثمان غزالي رئيس اتحاد جزر
Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, Excellency, President of Chairman of the African Union, Mr. Asmani,
السيدات والسادة.
Your Excellency, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like
بحفاوة الترحيب وكرم الضيافة. ويسعدني أن أتوجه اليوم في دورة الثانية للقمة الروسية التي تشرفت إلى جانب الرئيس بوتين إطلاق نسختها الأولى بشكل مشترك عام 2019 خلال رئاسة مصر الاتحاد الإفريقي، حيث صاغ هذا المسار إطارا مؤسسيا مستداما يليق بحجم وعمق الشراكة التاريخية التي تجمع بين الدول الإفريقية وتأتي قمتنا اليوم في ظرف دولي بارد التعقيد مناخ عام يتسم بدرجة عالية من الاستقرار والتغيرات التي باتت تمس القواعد الرئيسية والتي يبني على أساسها النظام الدولي بمفهومه الحديث. وتقف دولنا الإفريقية في خلال ذلك بتواجه عددا ضخما من التحديات التي لا تؤثر فقط على قدرتها على استكمال مسارها التنموي، وإنما تهدد محددات أمنها وحقوق الأجيال القادمة. وبحيث باتت شعوبنا تتساءل بشكل مشروع عما لدينا من أدوات وما نقوم به من إجراءات للتصدي لهذه التحديات وتأمين مستقبل آمن لهم. إن مصر كانت دوما قائدة وسباقة في انتهاج مسار السلام. سلام الأقوياء القائم على الحق والعدل والتوازن. فكان هو خيارها الاستراتيجي الذي حمل لواء نشر ثقافته إيمانا منها وقوة المنطق لا منطق وأن العالم يتسع للجميع. اسمح لي من هذا المنبر وبمناسبة قمتنا اليوم أن أطرح عليكم رؤية مصر بشأن الظرف الدولي الراهن وكذا أهم المحاور التي نقدر أهمية التركيز عليها كأساس لتعميق التعاون القائم تحت مظلة شراكتنا الاستراتيجية. أولاً، إن الدول الإفريقية ذات سيادة وإرادة مستقلة وفاعلة في مجتمعها الدولي تنشد السلم والأمن وتبحث عن التنمية المستدامة التي تحقق مصالح شعوبها أولاً، وتعين أن تبقى بمنأى عن مساعي الاستقطاب في الصراعات القائمة. ثانياً، إن صياغة حلول مستدامة للصراعات القائمة في عالمنا اليوم يتعين أن تتأسس أهداف ومقاصد ميثاق الأمم المتحدة ومبادئ القانون الدولي بما في ذلك التسوية السلمية للنزاعات والحفاظ على سيادة الدول وحدودها، بجانب ضرورة التعامل مع جذور ومسببات الأزمات لا سيما تلك المتعلقة
we should also carefully consider the reasons and the origins of the conflicts and their influence on peace and security.
We also need to closely consider the issues related to the impact of international sanctions on one country or another. We should take into account the goals of development of African countries in light of the challenges that these countries face. We should take into account the issues of food security, growing food prices. That is why we need to swiftly find a solution to food supplies issue, supplies to developing countries, and we need to bear in mind all the relevant issues. Naturally, we need to build consensus on the Green Deal, and we need to take into account the needs of all the countries, as well as the repercussions of this situation for many countries and peoples. As for the stance of the African countries, it is built upon moderate views that we profess, and we believe that we need to resolve all these matters guided by our interests. Here, financing issues are very important, and Russia's support to African countries. The documents that we adopt today at the summit are crucial to define our strategic partnership, let alone vast prospects that are opening up in light of the development of our cooperation. And it also meets our common interest. Certainly, the areas of economic cooperation and the attention that we pay to industrialization, agriculture, infrastructure, it is all very important for our cooperation with Russia. Taking into account the historic ties between our peoples, let me avail myself of this opportunity to state that Egypt is ready to contribute to deepening our strategic interaction, building upon the principles that we agree on. We are also ready to step up ties between our companies and Russian enterprises with regard to the interests of our region. We need to take into account the efforts of the African Union, as well as all the steps to restore our economy, to develop our economy, and to strengthen peace and stability in our continent. By way of concluding, let me thank the Russian Federation and Vladimir Putin personally for this summit, for organizing this event. We hope that this summit will yield the desired result for the benefit of peace and progress. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Relations between Russia and Egypt over the past decades have been strategic. That is a simple fact, regardless of what our documents state, although they state exactly the same thing. That relations between Russia and Egypt enjoy strategic nature in terms of politics, economy. We have a lot of shared joint projects. Let me get back to something that was raised by my friend and colleague regarding the food policy, food shortages, and food prices, and so on. I've already stated, and I would like to repeat it once again. Difficulties in food and energy global markets, but they emerged not yesterday due to the conflict in Ukraine
коронавирусной инфекции.
But they started way back during the COVID-19 pandemic, when many countries, including industrialized countries, they closed companies, they closed enterprises due to health concerns. They had to support their population and their production in various areas. How would they do that? At the end of the day, they emitted a lot of money in the US and in the Eurozone. In the Eurozone, there was a somewhat lower emission, but in the US, they had bigger emission, and they started printing money and allocating this money to buy food on global markets, and prices skyrocketed. This had to do with short-sighted energy policy. They didn't have any grounds to rely on efficiency of reliable energy sources, renewable energy sources. They didn't invest in hydrocarbons. This all led to the growth in energy resources prices. This affected ultimately the price of fertilizer. One mistake after another, one led to another. These are fundamental things that turned the markets upside down, the food and fertilizer as well as energy markets. This is the cause of all the problems. Certainly, the developments in Ukraine fuel the current problems, but the thing is that it was caused by the financial and energy policy of Western industrialized countries, as well as financial policy of the West. That is the root cause of the price hike on food markets. But certainly, we need to think about other matters that are on the agenda. I'm talking about the crisis in Ukraine. Thank you for your statement. Now I give the floor to the President of the State of Eritrea, Isaias Afewerki. Your Excellency, Mr. Afewerki, you have the floor.
Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. I have an unwritten document to mention the statements made by previous speakers have addressed almost the fundamental issues of this joint summit between the Russian Federation and the African continent. My emphasis would be on the process that we are undertaking now in through consultation, developing consensus is very critical. We're in this second phase of the Russia-Africa summit, which, in my opinion, has highlighted and developed some of the fundamentals for this strategic partnership. But the strategic partnership will have to take stock of serious issues at the moment. I would suggest that a mechanism be established to develop to prepare a document for strategizing on this strategic partnership between the Russian Federation and the continent. But this strategy will not have to be a general framework for the partnership that we'll have to build. We need to further move towards identifying areas of cooperation within the strategy and prepare documents for concrete projects on each and every sector and industry. The sectoral and industrial planning within a broader strategy, taking stock of details that will have to be prepared for the mobilization of resources. In my opinion, Russia, Africa, China, other partners, even outside Africa, Latin America, Asia, developing these projects and their manuals or details of the plans that will require the mobilization of resources. I would say this continent has, as we're told, has more than 60% of natural endowments globally. If this 60% could be mobilized to implement projects at a sectoral and industrial level, then we talk about the time frame for implementing this project by mobilizing the required resources. I'm confident to say that the Russian Federation has all the industrial base and technology base to provide the support required for this strategic partnership between Russia and Africa, but also including other continents that will make their contributions at the final achievement of the goals. And the draft document will have to be prepared, I say now, and probably in the coming summit that will take place anytime next year, so that we have a clearly defined strategy. The strategy will have to include a number of sectoral and industrial plans, detailed plans on the timing of implementation, plus the mobilization of resources, not only material resources, financial resources, but also technological and industrial resources that will have to be mobilized to implement these detailed plans. The detailed plans could be implemented by putting in place mechanisms that will take every project on its own and implement, ultimately creating an integrated approach on implementing particular programs. And this requires a lot of refinement on the institutions and then the mechanisms that we'll have to create. I would urge all those who have the resources above any other party, I would urge the Russian Federation to provide the support and make the contributions for detailing out the strategy, working out detailed plans on objectives that will be defined by clearly detailed the technological and quantifiable numbers, plus the time frame for implementing this project. Once we have this document ready, the contributions from each and every partner at the continental level, on the part of the Russian Federation, plus other global partners who will join our effort to change the reality in Africa, because the coming generation after 25 years will have a population of 2.4 or 2.5 billion within the continent, and their issues will have to be addressed at an earlier phase rather than later on facing challenge for the implementation of this project. I think this second summit will have to take stock of the preparation of this document so that each and every one of us will be ready or even working on some of the projects that will lead the mobilization of resources that we can make available to the success of this strategic summit. Once again, we'd like to thank you, President Putin, for creating this conducive environment for exchanging ideas and developing consensus, but going beyond that to implementable, sustainable programs for the benefit of humanity, not only Russia and Africa. Thank you again.
Я полностью согласен. Если не думать об ближайшей и среднесрочной перспективе, то и на сегодняшний день трудно будет добиваться конкретных положительных, нужных нам результатов. Поэтому создание такого механизма стратегического партнерства – это очень важное дело, как маяк, который показывает нам путь направление нашего движения. Безусловно, это сложная работа. Если вы предлагаете еще сопоставить ее с возможностями наших партнеров и друзей в других регионах, в Латинской Америке, в Азии, то, конечно, лучший инструмент для этого или лучшая площадка для создания такого инструмента – это консультации с нашими партнерами по БРИКС. И мы постараемся, если вот есть коллеги и президент Южноафриканской республики,
President of the South African Republic, together we will try to advance your ideas together with our BRICS partners. Certainly, we also need to think about it is a very challenging effort to consider all the sectors, all the countries, but if we want to get specific results, we need to think about it right now. I agree with you. Thank you.
Пожалуйста, слово предоставляется президенту Республики Гвинея-Бисау Умару Сисоку Эмбало.
The President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, Mr. Umaru Sissoco Embalo.
Спасибо, друг. Senhor Presidente Vladimir Putin, Presidente da Federação da Rússia,
Your Excellency, President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, distinguished heads of state and government, Your Excellency, Mr. Assoumani, heads of African countries, distinguished heads of the delegations, distinguished representatives of international organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Vladimir Putin, and the government of the Russian Federation for the warm welcome accorded to our delegation and to me personally in this beautiful and hospitable city of St. Petersburg. I also thank the administration of St. Petersburg for the excellent working conditions that are one of the keys to the summit's success. St. Petersburg was called Leningrad, and certainly this is a historic city. This city, during murderous fight of World War II, inspired people all over the globe. And after that, they started their struggle to liberate their nations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government of African countries, these days, the two international events are taking shape, they are getting their substance, and they're held in St. Petersburg. The first one is Russia-Africa Economic and Humanitarian Forum that already took place. It adopted the plan of action for 2023-2026. And now we are participating in the Russia-Africa Summit. The goal of the forum and the summit is to renew and to strengthen historic and genuinely strategic ties that in the second half of the 20th century defined the national liberation movement in Africa. Your Excellency President Putin, dear guests, the delegation of Guinea-Bissau came to St. Petersburg that we have done our homework. We identified the following priorities: cooperation with Russia in three main areas that are important for the development of my country, namely education, youth and sports, mining, energy cooperation, infrastructure, fisheries,
o cargo do governo da Guiné-Bissau na sua articulação bilateral com o governo da Rússia.
The government of Guinea-Bissau will cooperate with the Russian government,
das instâncias multilaterais decorrentes no plano da ação,
both bilaterally
do Fórum da Cooperação
and
Rússia-África,
multilaterally,
a responsabilidade
in accordance with
última de
the
explorar
plan of action
todas as potencialidades dos
adopted
respectivos cooperação.
by,
Assim que termino esta
namely
minha
Russia
introdução
Africa
coordenando o corpo
Humanitarian and
militar
Economic Forum.
no Níger. Muito obrigado, Drup.
We would use all the potential of our relationship. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, дорогой друг. Вы
Thank you, my
обратили
dear
внимание на
friend.
три важнейших
You have pointed out three major
образование,
components:
энергетика
energy,
и
education,
рыболовство — это продовольствие.
and fishery
Во
is
всех
part
этих сферах у
of
нас есть
food.
хорошие компетенции,
In all of the
возможности
above-mentioned
и
spheres, we
финансовые
have
ресурсы.
great
Будем
capacities,
вместе
wonderful
работать
cooperation,
и
and the
благодарю за
relevant
ваши
financial
предложения.
resources. We are going to continue working
Пожалуйста,
together
слово
based
председателю
on your
президентского
proposals.
совета
I now
Ливии,
give the floor to
господину
the chairman
Менфи.
of the Presidential Council of Libya, Mr. Al-Manfi.
صاحب الفخامة السيد فلاديمير بوتين رئيس الاتحاد الروسي. صاحب الفخامة السيد غزالي عثماني رئيس جمهورية جزر القمر ورئيس الاتحاد الأفريقي.
Mr. Assoumani,
أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات للدول الأعضاء في الاتحاد الأفريقي، معالي السيد موسى فقي رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي، السيدات والسادة، يسعدني أن أعرب عن شكري لفخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين على استضافة هذه القمة المهمة وعلى حسن الاستقبال والتنظيم. بانطلاق أعمال هذه القمة يتعزز الطموح في أن تمثل فرصة للتأكيد على عمق العلاقات بين الاتحادين وتعزيز الإرادة الأفريقية الجماعية والقطرية في متابعة تنفيذ ما اتفق عليه في القمة الأولى المنعقدة في سوتشي عام 2019 التي شهدت إطلاق الشراكة الاستراتيجية على أسس المصلحة المشتركة لشعوبنا والإنسانية. السيدات والسادة، ونحن على مسافة شهور من نهاية العشرية الأولى 2013-2023 لأجندة أفريقيا 2063 التي تضمنت تحديد أولوياتها ورسم الاستراتيجيات والسياسات التي ترتكز بشكل رئيسي على تعزيز أفريقيا لقدراتها الذاتية ومساهمة مواطنيها في تحقيق الغاية القصوى لأجندة 2063 في الازدهار والنمو والرخاء. نجد أن خلق شراكات استراتيجية جادة ومتوازنة وعادلة مثل شراكتنا مع الاتحاد الروسي ستساهم في تعزيز قدرات القارة على إنجاز مستهدفات وطموحات الأجندة القارية ومن خلال نقل التكنولوجيا والتعاون العلمي المشترك في مجالات الطاقة البديلة والاقتصاد الأخضر والاقتصاد الرقمي وتوفير خطوط تمويل تحتاجها أفريقيا بالإضافة إلى مواردها الذاتية لتنفيذ مشروعات التنمية المستدامة. إن نمو أفريقيا القارة الغنية بالموارد والثروات الطبيعية سينعكس إيجاباً على الاقتصاد العالمي واقتصاديات الدول الأخرى، وهو ما يستوجب من جميع شركائنا تغيير أنماط التعاون السائد، حيث تحل الشراكة محل التبعية والتوازن محل الاختلاف، خاصة ما يتعلق بأسعار المواد الأولية مقابل أسعار المنتجات المصنعة، والتمويل المشترك محل القروض المكبلة والمثقلة لميزانيات البلدان الأفريقية، إلى الحد الذي يجعلها رهينة لسداد القروض وفوائدها بدعوى ارتفاع المخاطر، وهو ما يؤدي إلى تآكل الدخل القومي الذي يجب أن نواجهه أو نوجهه إلى التنمية ورفع مستويات المعيشة. السيدات والسادة، إن الإسراع في المساهمة في مشروعات البنية التحتية مثل تشييد الطرق والسكك الحديدية والسدود والصناعات التحويلية، زيادة المساحات المزروعة وتوفير الطاقة النظيفة وإقامة المشروعات التي تعد من الآثار المدمرة للبيئة الناجمة عن تغير المناخ، سيمكن العالم من مواجهة عدد من الأزمات والمخاطر مثل المجاعات وارتفاع أسعار المنتجات نتيجة الندرة التي تزداد تفاقما منذ سنوات. لقد عانت أفريقيا من صور متعودة للظلم والتعدي في ظل ظروف تاريخية نسعى جميعا إلى تجاوزها ومعالجة آثارها. وفي هذا الصدد نذكر أن مضيفنا الاتحاد الروسي يتمتع بعضوية دائمة في مجلس الأمن التابع للأمم المتحدة، له دور نتطلع أن يلعبه في تحقيق أحد أهم تطلعات أفريقيا، وهو أن تكون لها المكانة والأهمية التي تستحق في مسرح السياسة الدولية كقوة فاعلة في حفظ السلام والسلم والأمن. أفريقيا واحتسب منها بأن ظلما تاريخيا قد وقع عليها ل7 عقود متوالية بحرمانها من تمثيل عادل ومنصف في مجلس الأمن الدولي، على الرغم من تمكن كل شعوب القارة من التحرر من الاستعمار بجميع أنواعه وأشكاله، وبناء الدولة الوطنية وتأسيس كيانها الإقليمي. طلب الاتحاد الأفريقي بإحداث إصلاح جذري في المنظومة الأممية من خلال تعديل نظام العضوية الدائمة وغير الدائمة في مجلس الأمن التابع للأمم المتحدة. لقد كانت أفريقيا دوما الإقليم الأكثر تضررا من سياسات المؤسسات المالية الدولية، على الرغم من الإصلاحات غير الجوهرية التي أحدثتها في هذه المؤسسات خلال العقد الأخير في علاقاتها بأفريقيا، فارتفاع تكلفة الأقراض والتمويل بدعوى ارتفاع المخاطر وعدم التوازن في وصفات الإصلاح بين السياسات الاجتماعية في الدول الأفريقية واشتراطات القدرة على السداد وخدمة الديون دون النظر إلى تدني المقدرة على مقاومة الفقر وسهولة الوصول إلى الخدمات الأساسية في ظل وجود بنية أساسية أفقية وغيرها من السمات المشرفة في برامج التعاون مع البلدان الأفريقية. كل هذا وغيره يمنح للشريك الروسي دورا في المساهمة في خلق نظام مالي عادل من خلال هذه الشراكة ومجموعة بريك. أيها السيدات والسادة، لقد سعت ليبيا الدولة والمؤسسة لمنظمة الوحدة الأفريقية والاتحاد الأفريقي على مدار عقود الستة الماضية، وفي إطار الأخوة والشراكة الأفريقية من خلال مؤسسات وبرامج أنشئت وسخرت لكافة مكافحة الفقر والأمية ودعم التعليم والأنظمة والرعاية الصحية وفض النزاعات وإحلال السلام وتمويل برامج تنموية، نذكر منها على سبيل المثال برنامج جنوب للرعاية الصحية ومحفظة ليبيا أفريقيا للاستثمارات وجمعية الدعوة الإسلامية. أيها السيدات والسادة، في إطار السعي إلى بناء هذه الشراكة الاستراتيجية على أساس المنفعة المشتركة، نذكر بالمبادرات التي قادها عدد من القادة الأفارقة مع القيادة الروسية في أكثر من مناسبة لتأمين انسياب إمدادات الغذاء لتجنب الآثار السلبية لانقطاع سلاسل الإمدادات الغذائية على أفريقيا والعالم. وندعو بقية الدول الأطراف في الأمم المتحدة إلى تجاوز الخلافات والاستجابة بواقعية إلى مطالب كل طرف لضمان التوصل إلى اتفاق سريع قبل أن تتفاقم الأزمة. السيدات والسادة، نرى من المفيد ومن منطلق الشراكة والمسؤولية المشتركة بيننا إحاطتكم بتطور الأوضاع في ليبيا منذ استلامنا لمهامنا كأحد أهم مخرجات الحوار السياسي وبرعاية الأمم المتحدة لليبيا، والذي كان امتدادا لمخرجات حوار الخيرات، حيث تولينا المسؤولية عقب التوصل إلى وقت إطلاق النار، مما جعل أحد أهم أولوياتنا تثبيت وقف إطلاق النار بالتعاون مع اللجنة العسكرية 5+5 وبحث الأمم المتحدة في ليبيا وإزالة كل المظاهر التي كانت تحد من حركة التنقل في جميع ربوع بلادهم، والاستمرار في توحيد المؤسسات وعلى رأسها المؤسسة العسكرية ومباشرة العمل على تأسيس قوة مشتركة بين كافة مكونات القوات المسلحة. وأتوقف هنا لأتوجه بالتحية والشكر إلى كافة قيادات الجيش ومستوياته ومراتبه بمناسبة اختتام اجتماعات اللجنة العسكرية الذي استضافتها القيادة العامة في مدينة بنغازي، وأحييهم جميعا في كافة أنحاء ليبيا الحبيبة على تضحياتهم ودورهم في صيانة الوحدة الترابية لليبيا وفي القضاء على الإرهاب واستمرار في مقاومة بؤره ومكافحة الهجرة غير النظامية. ويواصل المجلس الرئاسي قيادة عملية المصالحة الوطنية برعاية من الاتحاد الأفريقي بقيادة فخامة الرئيس جينيس ساسينجيسو رئيس جمهورية الكونغو، وبدعم ومساندة رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي معالي السيد موسى فقي.
As well as the African Union presided by President of
الذي نطمح أن يقوم به الأصدقاء في القيادة الروسية والقادة الأفارقة والأطراف الأخرى لضمان خروج المرتزقة والقوات الأجنبية من ليبيا من دون أي قيد وشرط في أسرع وقت ممكن، وإلى دعم جهود المجلس الرئاسي والاتحاد الأفريقي في إنجاز المصالحة الوطنية الشاملة. لقد تابعنا بقلق التطورات الأخيرة التي شهدتها شقيق النيجر، ونذكر بأن مقررات الاتحاد الأفريقي ذات الصلة يعتبر مثل هذه التدخلات التي
of Niger are naturally troubling us. We very much wish
تقديري واحترامي وإلى الشعب الروسي الصديق
legitimate authorities to be established there. I thank the Russian people and its government for the invitation.
Большое спасибо, уважаемые коллеги, вы затронули очень много важных вопросов.
You have mentioned a number of issues, including food security, energy, education, digital economy.
Является то, что в Ливии должно добиться прекращения огня, и очень важно добиться подлинного национального единства, не допустить, чтобы территория Ливии превратилась в зону противоборства третьих государств. Россия со своей стороны понимает все сложности этого процесса, будет все делать, что от нас зависит, для того, чтобы способствовать этому позитивному направлению взаимодействия всех сил самой Ливии. Надеюсь, что у нас будет возможность
various forces in Libya. I think we will speak about that in detail later. I now give the floor to the interim president of the Republic of Mali, Assimi Goïta.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la Fédération de Russie, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement du continent africain, Messieurs les présidents des instances régionales et sous-régionales africaines, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais tout d'abord saluer et remercier Son Excellence Monsieur Vladimir Poutine, Président de la Fédération de Russie et l'ensemble du gouvernement de la Fédération de Russie et au comité d'organisation pour l'invitation qui m'a été adressée et pour l'accueil combien chaleureux qui a été réservé à ma délégation à l'occasion de ce deuxième grand rendez-vous Russie-Afrique à Saint-Pétersbourg, chargé d'histoire.
I am happy to be here in St. Petersburg, a historic city, at this pivotal meeting. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the St. Petersburg summit taking place 4 years later after the Sochi summit testifies to the quality of partnerships between Russia and Africa based on sincerity, long-standing friendship, and mutual respect. And naturally, our relations have a particular quality to them.
Encore moins de langues en commun avec la Russie. Cependant, nos deux pays entretiennent de solides relations d'amitié.
Naturally, Mali does not share a common language with Russia or something like that, but we have been cooperating since 1963 when our country has gained independence. Despite various changes that have taken place, our relations have intensified and diversified in the can be seen in infrastructure, science, agriculture, tertiary education, defense, security, and other sectors. Despite the geopolitical situation and the global circumstances, the people of Mali is mobilized. And we intend to consolidate our strategic partnership between Mali and the Russian Federation in order to make sure that it serves our people and brings about its happiness. This partnership is necessary. Russia has demonstrated that it is Mali's loyal partner in trying times. It has shown its loyalty and dynamics. It has been by our side when we went through difficult times, and Russia has always respected our sovereignty. In order to ensure peace and security, and restore peace, security, and stability, we need to protect our people and our country's territorial integrity. It is a strategic choice for us. And naturally, we must become fully independent and self-reliant. We need to strengthen our armed forces. This is why in Mali we have defense cooperation with the Russian Federation, and we thank you for your friendship. Thanks to Russia, we have strengthened our security forces, our defense forces, other uniformed agencies. Right now, the armed forces of Mali are on the offense. We have brought down the number of attacks against our military bases. We have ensured security in various places. And I thank you, Mr. President, once again for your support, for your government's support. Thanks to you, we have made strides in our fight against terrorism. Russia's cooperation with African countries is more than just about security or defense. We also cooperate in human resources, as well as in trade, economy. Our partnership has received a new impetus in economy and monetary cooperation. For us, it is a wonderful opportunity to strengthen our bilateral economic ties. Mr. President, the people of Mali are proud to belong to the African continent. We have ancient traditional values. We have a traditional culture, and it matters to us. And we share the principles of justice and commitment to traditional values that we share with Russia. Today, more than ever, African peoples and Russian people's destinies are interlinked. Together, we must face common challenges, establishing full sovereignty of our countries, fighting terrorism, fighting poverty, empowerment.
La région du Sahel en général et le Mali en particulier est depuis quelques années en proie à une crise multidimensionnelle résultante de l'intervention de l'OTAN en Libye. Cela a rendu plus vulnérables les populations déjà confrontées aux effets combinés des facteurs sécuritaires, sociopolitiques, économiques, climatiques, environnementaux et récemment sanitaires liés à la pandémie de la COVID-19. Je voudrais également saisir cette occasion pour remercier tous nos amis et partenaires qui continuent d'exprimer leur solidarité et leur soutien au pays du Sahel en vue de renforcer la résilience de nos populations face à l'insécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle. Aussi voudrais-je, Monsieur le Président, encourager la reprise des discussions relatives à la conclusion d'un accord international juste et équitable permettant l'exportation des céréales à destination du continent africain. S'agissant du différend qui oppose la Russie à l'Ukraine, le Mali invite les médiations internationales à plus d'ouverture et de pragmatisme en vue de poursuivre et renforcer les efforts pour un règlement pacifique de la crise. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, des Nations Unies, le Mali reste attaché à la coopération internationale, au multilatéralisme et à un ordre international fondé
We remain adhered to international cooperation, multilateral cooperation and relations based on equality. All the United Nations members shall adhere to the main principles of human rights of the UN Charter. We also adhere to these principles. In Mali, we support the initiative of Russia. We call for consensus to protect the principles and the values of the United Nations Charter. We stand in favor of a new architecture of international relations. This would mean reform in the UN Security Council. Our global community shall spare no effort to ensure fair and just reform without politicization of the human rights issues. We shall avoid double standards. Speaking of the UN Security Council reform, this is the most important matter within the UN work. The African Union
Le sommet de Saint-Pétersbourg nous donne l'opportunité de tracer ensemble les contours d'un espace commun de prospérité, de stabilité et de sécurité. Il reste entendu que ce cadre rénové sera élaboré sur la base des principes de respect mutuel, de relations d'égal à égal et des intérêts partagés au bénéfice de nos populations. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la situation économique mondiale est inquiétante. En effet, selon les prévisions, l'économie mondiale serait au bord de la récession en 2023. Cependant, nous avons des motifs d'espérance et demeurons particulièrement attentifs à une autre alternative qui se caractérise par l'émergence des BRICS. Les pays des BRICS existent au premier rang de l'économie mondiale et constituent des réponses fiables pour les continents sans contrepartie, hypothéquant le développement de notre continent et l'épanouissement de nos populations. Ainsi, les BRICS constituent un réel espoir de soustraire nos pays d'un ordre international fondé sur la domination et la marginalisation. C'est pourquoi le Mali soutient des initiatives telles que créer une banque de développement pour le financement des infrastructures ou encore offrir de nouveaux mécanismes et moyens de paiement. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, dans un monde marqué par de nombreux défis complexes, la tenue de ce sommet a été accueillie avec enthousiasme en Afrique. Je suis persuadé que les conclusions courageuses et innovantes à la hauteur des enjeux du moment permettront d'aboutir à un partenariat rénové et revitalisé entre le continent et la Russie, exempt de désinformation. Je ne saurais terminer mon propos sans réaffirmer notre entière disponibilité à poursuivre et renforcer ses relations avec l'ensemble des partenaires sur la base du respect des trois principes qui guident l'action publique en République du Mali, à savoir le respect de la souveraineté du Mali, le respect des choix stratégiques et des choix des partenaires opérés par le Mali, la défense des intérêts vitaux du peuple malien dans les décisions prises. De même, fidèle à son engagement panafricain, mon pays continuera à œuvrer au sein des organisations sous-régionales et régionales pour la réalisation de l'intégration africaine. Vive la coopération russo-africaine, vive l'amitié russo-malienne. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый коллега. Вы
сказали
очень много важных вещей, и мы все внимательно слушали. Но на одно я бы хотел обратить особое внимание. Вы сказали о приверженности вашей страны традиционным ценностям. А это то, что нас, безусловно, объединяет. Россию и подавляющее большинство людей, которые живут в африканском континенте. Подавляющее большинство африканских стран. Ведь традиционные ценности – это основа нашей идентичности, нашего существования и нашего творения. И, безусловно, это то, что лежит в основе нашей государственности. Так что полностью разделяю эти подходы. Пожалуйста, я передаю слово президенту Республики Мозамбик Филиппе Jacinto Nyusi.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência Vladimir Putin, presidente da Federação da Rússia, Excelência Azali, presidente da União das Comoras e presidente de exercício da União Africana, meus pares chefes de Estado e de governo dos países africanos, excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Constitui para a delegação moçambicana que me acompanha e para mim próprio, motivo de honra e privilégio estar presente nesta belíssima e histórica cidade de São Petersburgo para participar na segunda Cimeira Rússia-África. Agradecemos pelo convite formulado por si, Sr. Presidente Putin, e saudamos o governo da Federação Rússia pela organização deste evento, que nos vai permitir estreitar as relações de amizade, solidariedade, cooperação e promover parcerias econômicas profícuas em prol de bem-estar dos povos, em particular o povo moçambicano, na base de vantagens mútuas. Senhor Presidente e prezados participantes, Moçambique saúda o lema sabiamente escolhido para esta cimeira, que é em prol da paz, segurança e desenvolvimento, por reconhecer os desafios da atualidade, pois sem paz e segurança não existe um desenvolvimento são. No que tange a paz e segurança, encorajamos a posição da Rússia na promoção de maior representatividade de África nos fóruns multilaterais, onde se salienta a questão da reforma do Conselho de Segurança em alinhamento com o consenso de Usulini, que preconiza a presença africana como membro permanente. Moçambique, como membro não permanente deste órgão, de janeiro de 2023 a dezembro de 2024, tem defendido o princípio de problemas africanos, soluções africanas, o que pressiona ainda mais e fundamenta a necessidade de África ocupar assento permanente naquele órgão importante de promoção de paz e segurança a nível global. Os desafios de desenvolvimento do continente só podem encontrar soluções sustentáveis e duradouras num contexto de uma África integrada em paz e com voz ativa no concerto das nações. Foi assim que durante a presidência rotativa do Conselho de Segurança em março de 2023, em eventos de destaque trouxemos a debate temas como o terrorismo e as mudanças climáticas, muito participados, temos recomendado ser premente a capacitação de países e criação de fundo global de combate ao terrorismo.
it is most important to continue our work to establish a common foundation of all the countries for the fight against terrorism. This is also of great importance for peace building and for maintaining peace and security in Mozambique. We also require political dialogue on the international level. Therefore, we are trying to pursue such dialogue both within our country of Mozambique as well as on various international platforms that also tackle the matters of peace and security. Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished guests, one of the major topics of the current summit is development of the African countries. And in this regard, we believe that we should be talking about economic development and the human capital development.
Sobre a importância de cadeia de valor na elaboração dos produtos africanos.
It is of utmost importance to use the human capital for our national development in all the various areas of the economy.
A pressão inflacionária que se vem fazendo sentir, o aumento de preços de produtos energéticos em todo o mundo, tem precauções nefastas sobre as economias dos países africanos e não só. Ressaltam logo medidas de compensação que permitiriam a mitigação dos efeitos negativos sobre um dos setores mais vulneráveis à agricultura, que emprega a maioria da população africana, traduzidos por a fraca capacidade de produção na safra de 2023 e num contexto em que o uso de fertilizantes é baixo, acarreta a quebra substancial de níveis de produtividade. 2. O aumento da insegurança alimentar de mais de 250 milhões de camponeses nas zonas rurais do continente africano. 3. A perda de empregos e rendimentos para os jovens e mulheres, a perturbação de cadeia de valor e o adiamento do projeto Fome Zero, deixando de lado uma geração com grande potencial do dividendo demográfico. Apenas os países mais industrializados têm maior capacidade de subsídios e de absorção de pouca oferta disponível. Fato exacerbado pela preocupação com reservas energéticas para o próximo inverno, deixando antever maiores dificuldades no futuro para a África ao dominarem o lado da procura com maior cota alimentar. Neste contexto, aumenta a pressão de movimentos migratórios das zonas rurais para as zonas urbanas, acumulando-se aos efeitos da Covid-19, das mudanças climáticas e da insegurança provocada por ataques terroristas em vários países e, para o nosso caso, na zona norte de Moçambique. Deste modo, a plataforma que hoje se ergue nesta semana deverá, primeiro, aprofundar as iniciativas em vigor para que os fornecimentos de fertilizantes e de cereais não sejam interrompidos, de modo a que o continente africano não se socorra apenas dos mecanismos de ajuda das agências multinacionais que perpetuam a nossa dependência. Segundo, fortalecer uma cooperação noutros domínios que reduzam o esforço digital com tecnologias e telecomunicações, infraestruturas, transportes e capacitação científica e a localização de indústrias que tirem partido das cadeias de valor continental que acrescentem valor aos recursos naturais. Terceiro, fomentar o desenvolvimento empresarial do setor privado da Rússia e dos nossos países, como alavancas na geração de emprego, tendo base em investimentos produtivos. É nossa expectativa e interesse que a situação que esta região atravessa, aliás, fico satisfeito por saber que o presidente Putin irá partilhar esta informação conosco, mas diria que seja orientada sem influências, repito, sem influências e pelo primado da vida humana e da prosperidade dos povos, onde todos saiamos como vencedores deixando legado mais promissor e sustentável para as gerações vindouras. Excelência, reitero o nosso compromisso e disponibilidade de, em concertação com os países da região da SADC e da União Africana em geral, continuarmos a aprofundar a cooperação com a Rússia em prol da paz, segurança e desenvolvimento das nossas nações. Termino apelando que a paz, concórdia e reconciliação prevaleçam no mundo para o desenvolvimento dos nossos países e bem-estar dos nossos povos. Reitero felicitações à Federação Russa e assim, Excelência Presidente Putin, pela organização deste evento de promoção da cooperação e aproximação, ouvindo as preocupações dos africanos. Muito obrigado pela atenção que foi dada.
This complies with the desires and wishes of the African people. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, уважаемые коллеги, что вы поделились с нами своими озабоченностями, своим видением перспектив развития. Мы с вами имели возможность вчера поговорить подробно по всем этим вопросам. Я желаю всего сердца вам успехов и надеюсь на продолжение сотрудничества, о котором мы договорились. Слово президенту Республики Сенегал, Маки Салл.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, Excellence, Vladimir Poutine, Président de la Fédération de Russie, Monsieur le Président Azali Assoumani, Président de l'Union africaine, chers collègues, Monsieur le Président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais tout d'abord vous remercier, Monsieur le Président Vladimir Poutine, pour votre accueil convivial et toutes les dispositions prises afin de faciliter notre séjour. Je me réjouis de vous retrouver pour la troisième fois en 2 ans, après notre rencontre du 3 juin 2022 à Sochi, à ma qualité de président de l'exercice de l'Union africaine, et plus récemment, le 17 juin dernier,
in 2022 in Sochi, and recently we had another meeting on the 17th of June this year as part of the African mission.
De concertation russo-africaine dont les origines remontent aux années de lutte pour la décolonisation de notre continent.
Is marked by the spirit of
les relations
cooperation
russo-africaines sont excellentes et je m'en félicite.
Our relations date back to the times
Mais je pense que nous avons encore des efforts à faire pour donner un contenu plus consistant à notre coopération économique. Le potentiel de notre partenariat est énorme. L'Afrique, on le sait, c'est 30 millions de kilomètres carrés, plus d'1,3 milliard d'habitants. La Russie, c'est plus de 17 millions de kilomètres carrés et plus de 144 millions d'habitants. Ensemble, notre continent et votre pays constituent un géant démographique et disposent de l'essentiel des ressources naturelles de la planète. Nous avons donc de quoi coopérer dans quasiment tous les domaines: agriculture, agroalimentaire, industrie, hydrocarbures, mines, transport, industrie, technologie de l'information et de la communication, sécurité, pour ne citer que cela.
Digital information technology, security,
Monsieur le Président, il nous faut bâtir des mécanismes adéquats et pragmatiques. Des mécanismes donc d'investissement, de financement et de partenariat. On aura remarqué que je ne parle pas d'aide, parce que je ne crois pas en l'aide en réalité. Et pour répondre à notre jeune frère,
I do not believe in assistance. To answer our young brother, our colleague, the president of Burkina Faso,
les chefs d'État ne sont pas venus ici pour mendier. Tout comme nous n'allons pas ailleurs pour tendre la main.
Or ask for something.
Nous travaillons pour un partenariat d'égale dignité entre les peuples. C'est le même discours qu'on tient à Dakar, ici à Saint-Pétersbourg ou à Washington. Donc je pense que le combat de l'Afrique est d'abord un combat pour la dignité. Et ce combat, il transcende les générations.
We're always fighting for our dignity, and this battle goes beyond the borders and beyond different ages and generations. This was mentioned by numerous presidents. Each generation has its own battles. We are fighting the battle against terrorism,
le développement de notre continent.
Continent.
Mais si on y regarde de très près, pourquoi l'Afrique en est à cette situation? C'est justement le poids de l'histoire, l'héritage de l'esclavage, de la colonisation qui se poursuit à travers des manifestations de néocolonialisme et à travers l'injustice du système que nous combattons au quotidien. Nous avons demandé la réforme du système des Nations Unies. Nous avons demandé la réforme de la gouvernance mondiale qui aujourd'hui conditionne la vie de nos États. Et quel que soit par ailleurs nos efforts, si ces règles ne sont pas modifiées,
institutions that dictate the rules of the game, and unless we change the rules, we won't achieve anything. This is why it is very important to continue working on the principles of solidarity, to continue working
nous avons des micro-États hérités du Congrès de Berlin qui nous empêchent de travailler à l'échelle. Si on ne comprend pas cette situation, on perdra beaucoup de temps sans efficacité. Je crois que la Russie, avec ses capacités en matière d'investissement, peut travailler avec l'Afrique sur ces grands projets régionaux. Et l'Afrique a besoin d'infrastructures de développement. L'Afrique a besoin de chemins de fer. Elle a besoin d'électricité, de barrages. Elle a besoin de la sécurité collective. Et sur tout cela, l'Union africaine, à travers différents mécanismes, que ce soit l'OTAN-Népal, que ce soit les programmes régionaux, nous avons le programme qu'il faut. Et je pense qu'avec la Russie, nous pourrons travailler ensemble avec les BRICS.
Programs in order to develop Africa. I believe that we can cooperate with Russia just like with BRICS and other partners who could work in line with our priorities.
De nos soucis. Et notre souci principal reste la paix sur le continent. C'est la sécurité à l'échelle du continent et du monde. Nous souhaitons chercher dans la désescalade pour aider à l'accalmie et à la restauration du libre commerce des céréales et des fertilisants. Ça, c'est mon discours depuis le premier jour du conflit russo-ukrainien. Puisque l'Afrique, au-delà du blé, produit des céréales. Nous produisons du mil, du maïs, du sorgho. Nous produisons toutes sortes de céréales. Et sans fertilisants, comment allons-nous faire? Donc, toutes les contraintes contre le commerce des céréales et des fertilisants doivent être levées. Mais ce soir, nous verrons le président et je pense que nous aurons l'occasion, sur l'initiative de la paix africaine, d'avancer sur ce sujet. Mais aussi, cela nous permettrait, par rapport aux autres partenaires, sur les restrictions par rapport au commerce, de plaider pour la levée de toutes les restrictions afin que les pays puissent retrouver un commerce libre au bénéfice de toutes les populations.
So that countries could go back to the normal trade for the benefit of all humanity.
Nous souhaitons une action de la Russie à l'échelle de l'Union africaine dans le domaine de la sécurité. Nous avons une architecture de la paix pour l'Union africaine. Nous sommes en train de voir comment l'Afrique peut prendre en charge dès lors que le Conseil de sécurité a failli à cette mission, qui est de restaurer la paix partout dans le monde. Le terrorisme gangrène notre continent sans qu'il n'y ait aucune solidarité majeure en faveur de l'Afrique. Donc ce sujet-là, je pense que c'est un sujet important pour notre sommet. L'autre sujet important, je l'ai dit, c'est vraiment l'investissement que nous devons pouvoir faire ensemble pour une prospérité partagée. Je ne peux terminer, Monsieur le Président, sans vous féliciter et vous remercier pour le soutien diligent que vous avez apporté à la demande d'adhésion de l'Afrique comme membre de plein droit du G20. Cela participe de notre revendication pour une gouvernance politique et économique mondiale plus juste et plus inclusive, y compris par la réforme du Conseil de sécurité, afin que l'Afrique trouve enfin une place plus conforme aux réalités de notre temps. Encore une fois, merci pour votre invitation.
Africa should definitely have its place, and it should be decent. Thank you, and I wish you every success.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин президент. Вы дали хорошую пищу для дискуссии. Я постараюсь сдержаться и не терять много времени, но на что бы хотел сказать, на чем хотел бы обратить, на что хотел бы обратить внимание. Во-первых, действительно согласен, да, здесь все так считают, что за последние десятилетия, несмотря на то, что колониальное бытие ушло в прошлое, но система неоколониализма существует, создана. И мы видим эту гегемонию, которая в финансах, технологиях, продовольствии и, кстати говоря, в условиях безопасности. Значит, но наша... И вот когда нам говорят, нужно жить по правилам, непонятно кем написано, то это и есть
we don't understand who created these rules. And that is exactly the attempt to preserve this neo-colonial system, because they do not wish to change these rules. You, on the other hand, pulled us to change the rules that have been established over the past decades, and I agree with you. You also said that you do not believe in assistance. You know what? I personally believe in assistance, because if we help our allies, like-minded nations, then we are working for our own benefit, and there's no controversy here. But the thing is that we need to establish instruments for cooperation that would be mutually beneficial. Basically, that is the point of our summit. In order to discuss all of it, I agree with you, and it gives me great pleasure to give the floor to President of South African Republic, Mr. Ramaphosa. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, Your Excellency, President Azali Assoumani, the Chair of the African Union and President of Comoros, Your Excellency, Mr. Faki Mohammed, the Chair of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, honorable representatives of various countries represented here, ministers and guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, President Putin, at the onset to thank you, as well as the government and the people of the Russian Federation, for receiving us here in Petersburg and according us great hospitality, and especially last night's wonderful and delicious dinner, and the outstanding performance that displayed the culture of Russia, and especially of St. Petersburg, which is this cultural capital of Russia. We also want to thank you for enabling the artists to end their performance with the great African sounds and drums and dance. That touched our hearts and made us feel at home, and thank you very much for that. Nearly 3 years ago in the city of Sochi, we pledged as African leaders and as the African Federation, the Russian Federation, to cooperate in a manner that is mutually beneficial and that serves the interests of our respective peoples. In the intervening years, we have experienced strong geopolitical and economic crosswinds. We continue to count the human cost of the devastating COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on our economies. As South Africa, and indeed as Africa, we are greatly encouraged by the Russian Federation's commitment to deepening collaboration with the nations of Africa. This is important as we chart a new course for economic development, growth, and prosperity, and as we seek to achieve the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. As South Africa, we remember with deep gratitude how the support of the people and the government of the then Soviet Union supported our struggle for liberation, as well as the struggles of many other countries and nations on our African continent. Today, our bilateral relationship remains strong. We continue to collaborate in political, economic, social, defense, and security spheres. We work closely across multilateral platforms such as the United Nations, the G20, and as members of BRICS. Our participation in forums such as this one is guided by our quest to realize the African Union's Agenda 2063 vision of economic integration and inclusive socio-economic development. As you know, and as a member of BRICS yourselves, as the Russian Federation, South Africa will shortly be hosting the 15th BRICS Summit in Johannesburg. We see this summit as an opportunity to promote enhanced global cooperation and to achieve common prosperity for the nations of Africa. The BRICS partners are significant investors in Africa. The upcoming summit will therefore give particular attention to infrastructure development supported by the new development bank, the BRICS Bank that is, as well as also supported by the African Continental Free Trade Area from a trading point of view. The African Continental Free Trade Area, once fully operational, will unlock the benefits of the continental market and generate mutually beneficial opportunities for both African and BRICS countries alike. As clearly articulated by other leaders who have spoken before me, but more especially the very wise words of President Museveni, African countries are shaping their own destinies as nation states and as a continent. Our substantial resources must be harnessed first and foremost for Africa's benefit, to grow Africa's economies and to pursue sustainable development. And as stated by others, we no longer want to be exporting ore, soil, and dusts and rocks from the minerals of our continent, but we want to be exporting finished products that have value. There must be respect also for what we do as countries, and we must stop those countries that count their wealth and their assets in terms of the minerals that reside in the African soil, like they did in the past when they counted their wealth. They used to count their wealth in the number of slaves that they owned, that were taken from the African continent. Respect and mutual benefit should underpin what we as Africa do as we relate to other countries in the world. African countries should, as sovereign states, be able to also pursue their own independent foreign policy approaches that are not beholden to any other major global power or blocs. This second Russia-Africa summit is an opportunity to further enhance and strengthen international cooperation and partnership for Africa's development. We welcome the focus on further cooperation between Russia and Africa to promote investment, to facilitate development of value chains and boost capacity to produce and to export finished and manufactured products. The proposed Africa-Russia action plan for the coming years should align with the second 10-year implementation plan of the AU's Agenda 2063. This will ensure that there is coherence and that the plan is action-oriented, based on real practical interventions. We should also ensure joint monitoring and evaluation of the action plan. We need to jointly allocate the necessary funding for implementation and be accountable for concrete deliverables. Geopolitical tensions are negatively affecting countries across Africa. As part of Russia-Africa cooperation, we must repeat our call for existing global institutional mechanisms to be strengthened and reformed. Greater participation of our countries of the Global South will promote inclusiveness and engender trust. In this regard, the reform of the multilateral financial institutions, as well as the reform of the United Nations Security Council, remain a priority for us. It is totally unfair, inequitable, and unacceptable that a continent that represents 1.3 billion people continues to be not represented on the UN Security Council. In our interconnected world, we are all affected by conflict and instability in other parts of the world. We have a responsibility as nations to work for peace, to support peace building, and to lend our every effort to bring an end to conflict and war wherever it occurs. As South Africa, we are steadfast in our position that negotiation and dialogue and adherence to the United Nations Charter are necessary for the peaceful and just resolution of conflicts. It is our hope that constructive engagement and negotiation can bring about an end to the ongoing conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. We want to thank you, President Putin, for receiving and listening to the African leaders who came to St. Petersburg on the 17th of June, led by the chair of the African Union, His Excellency President Azali Assoumani, where we discussed a number of issues that we believed could lead to a solution of the conflict. And we look forward to engaging further with you later today to hear precisely how
some of those proposals can be taken forward. In conclusion, we look forward to the Russia-Africa Summit playing a key role in supporting our objectives of African integration, economic growth, peace, and prosperity. I thank you.
Спасибо большое,
уважаемый
коллега, дорогой друг.
Dear colleague, dear friend,
с вами солидарны в том, что
we share your view when it comes to the prospects of development of Russia-Africa relations. We're constantly keeping in touch, and we will continue to do so. As I have already mentioned, today we will focus on the situation related to Ukraine. Here's what I would like to say about BRICS. I would just like to note that this is an international organization that was born here in St. Petersburg, where we are currently holding our mission. Russia, India, and China got together here, and we agreed that there will be annual regular meetings. Hence, BRIC appeared. After that, BRIC, Brazil joined us, and after that, our friends from South Africa also joined us. Hence, BRICS. Currently, our friends from South Africa are holding a summit in South Africa, and I wish you every success. I'm confident that this meeting will be held at the highest level. Thanks a lot. I give the floor to the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Mr. Mnangagwa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation and the host of the second Russia-Africa Summit. Your Excellency, Chairman of the AU and President of the Republic of the Comoros, President Azali Asmani. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished heads of executive bodies and organizations, Your Excellency, Chairman of the AU Commission, Mr. Moussa Faki, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address this plenary session of the second Russia-Africa Summit. Allow me from the outset to express my appreciation to you, Your Excellency, President Putin, and through you to the people of the Russian Federation for the warm hospitality accorded to me and my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful and historic city of St. Petersburg. The history of Africa's development cannot be accurate and complete without mentioning the significant contribution of the Russian Federation dating back to the USSR. The Russian people stood with Africa, providing moral, technical, and material support to many of our countries as we fought to liberate ourselves from the oppressive minority colonial rule. This support and solidarity continued after independence towards advancing the development, peace, and security of African countries. In the case of Zimbabwe, we will forever remember the Russian Federation's decisive intervention together with China in 2008 through a veto which prevented the imposition of United Nations Chapter 7 sanctions instigated
by our country's Western detractors. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, for decades, sustainable socio-economic development at regional and global levels has been hindered by the escalating threats, transnational organized crime, conflict, terrorism that encroach upon national and global peace and security. In Zimbabwe, we have a philosophy that a country is built, a country is developed, a country is ruled, and a country is prayed for by its own people. We leave no one and no place behind. Multilateralism and strengthening existing institutions, as well as having new partnerships, remain key for a just and peaceful new world order, which is unfolding. In this context, Zimbabwe commends the Russian Federation for its solidarity and support, guided by our shared aspirations and development objectives for the convening this Russia-Africa Summit. As reflected in the comprehensive agenda, this Russia-Africa Summit marks a new chapter for advancing progress in identifying areas of mutual interest. Further, this platform must give impetus to our promotion of multi-sectoral and multi-level cooperation in the fields of agriculture, natural resource development, industry, trade, infrastructure and energy development, as well as peace and security, technological and humanitarian issues. The importance of strengthening commercial and trade exchanges through business-to-business linkages cannot be overemphasized. Zimbabwe, therefore, stands ready to leverage on the presence of Russian companies at this summit to advance the modernization and industrialization of our respective countries. I wish to convey sincere gratitude to the Russian Federation for offering exhibition space for Zimbabwean companies to showcase the various opportunities existing in our economy and environment. As I've always said, Zimbabwe is open for business and a land of vast investment opportunities in agriculture, in mining, in energy, infrastructure, manufacturing, science, technology and innovation, ICTs and tourism, among other sectors. The future is digital. We in Africa need to access science, technology, innovation and invention from the Russian Federation. I wish, however, to highlight that Zimbabwe remains under illegal sanctions, which were imposed by some Western countries more than 2 decades ago, just because we had decided to reunite our people with its land. Notwithstanding this, my administration, guided by its policy of engagement, has chosen to be a friend to all and an enemy to none. But some countries have chosen to be our detractors in spite of that policy. We are scheduled to hold our harmonized general elections this year in August.
International observers in individual countries are invited to send election observer missions to Zimbabwe. May I take this opportunity to reiterate that my government is ready to hold peaceful, free, transparent, fair, and credible elections. As I conclude, Mr. President, let us seize this opportunity to celebrate the enduring spirit of the Russia-Africa partnership that promises to illuminate our shared path and propel us towards a future brimming with hope, development, and prosperity for all our peoples. I think we need a more regular Russia-Africa summit of this nature. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Спасибо. Большое спасибо, уважаемый господин президент.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear friend.
Я хотел бы отметить в связи с вашим выступлением. Во-первых, хочу вас поблагодарить за оценку вклада России в развитие отношений с друзьями на африканском континенте. Хочу также обратить внимание на то, что санкции вводятся против тех, кто не хочет жить как раз вот по тем правилам, которые кто-то нарисовал. В этой связи мы поддерживаем идею подавляющего большинства собравшихся о необходимости увеличения роли Африки в системе Организации Объединенных Наций, с тем, чтобы мы все жили не по правилам, которые кто-то написал для себя, а навязывает нам, а жили бы по международному праву, по нормам международного права. Все, что мы с вами вчера обсуждали на двухсторонней встрече, все направления нашего двустороннего сотрудничества, конечно, будем поддерживать. Позвольте предоставить слово председателю комиссии Африканского союза Мусе Факи Мохаммад.
Union Commission Moussa Faki Mahamat.
Excellence, Monsieur Vladimir Poutine, Président de la Fédération
Your
de
Excellency
Russie.
President Putin, President of the
Excellence,
Russian
Monsieur
Federation.
Azali Assoumani, Président de l'Union des Comores et Président en exercice de l'Union
Mr.
africaine.
Azali Assoumani,
Excellence, Mesdames et
Chairman of
Messieurs
the
les chefs
African
d'État et
Union
de
and President
gouvernement,
of the Comoros.
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de
Your
délégation,
Excellencies,
Mesdames
heads
et
of state and
Messieurs,
government, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen,
mon premier mot s'adresse à vous.
distinguished guests.
Excellence
First
Vladimir
and foremost,
Poutine,
I would like to address
Président de la
you,
Fédération de
President
Russie, pour
Putin,
l'organisation de ce sommet.
President of the Russian
pour y
Federation,
avoir
and thank you for
invité l'Union
organizing
africaine.
this summit
Je vous
and for
remercie en particulier
inviting
pour
the
l'accueil
African
chaleureux
Union to it.
que
I
vous-même,
would like to
votre
thank
gouvernement et
you
le
for the
peuple de
warm
Russie
welcome
nous avez
accorded
réservé.
to us by you
Et
personally,
sorti en
the
octobre
Russian government
2019,
and the Russian people.
où s'est tenu le premier sommet
In
Russie-Afrique
October 2019,
à
the
Saint-Pétersbourg.
first
Aujourd'hui,
Russia-Africa summit took place.
beaucoup d'eau a coulé sous les ponts. En effet,
And today, many
ce deuxième
people
sommet
came
Russie-Afrique
to St. Petersburg for
se
the
tient au
second
milieu
summit.
d'un contexte
The second
international
Russia-Africa
polarisé,
summit
entre autres
is
par la
taking
guerre qui se
place
déroule
in a
entre
polarized
le pays
world
hôte et
context,
son voisin ukrainien.
characterized by
J'évoque
war
d'emblée
between
cette
neighboring
délicate question
countries.
pour souligner l'importance que l'Union africaine
I
a
would like to
toujours
raise this delicate issue
attachée à la
to
paix,
highlight the
fondée sur
importance
le respect des principes immuables
the African Union
d'indépendance,
attaches to peace
d'intégrité territoriale,
and
de souveraineté
respect
des
for
États,
territorial
de
integrity
bon
as well
voisinage
as
et de règlement
sovereignty
de tous
of
les différends
states,
entre
and the
voisins par les
principle
voies strictement
of good
pacifiques
neighborliness
de négociations
and
et
settling
de
crisis
compromis mutuellement
via
acceptables et
negotiations
avantageux.
and compromises
Tels
that
sont
will
les
be
principes
mutually beneficial.
qui inspirent la position de l'Union africaine dans ces conflits
These are the principles
fratricides,
inspiring the
immensement
African Union
dommageables
in these
pour les deux pays et pour le reste du
fraternal
monde.
conflict
Cette guerre doit
that
cesser
negatively affects two
et elle ne
countries
peut
and the
cesser
rest
que
of the
sur ces
world.
bases de justice et de raison. Les perturbations qu'elle provoque
It is based on the
dans
principle of
l'approvisionnement en
justice
énergie et
that
en
we need to
céréales
settle these conflicts.
doivent cesser immédiatement.
Naturally, we are
L'accord
concerned
sur les
with the
céréales
supply of
doit
grain.
être étendu au bénéfice de
The
tous les
Grain
peuples du monde,
Initiative
des Africains
must serve all countries of the world, African countries in particular.
Dans le prolongement
Your
du précédent sommet Afrique-Russie, l'Union africaine, ancrée dans la logique de l'agenda 2063, se construit son horizon de coopération ouvert sur la diversité fonctionnelle. Nos choix partenariaux sont établis à la double lumière du critère de pertinence par rapport à nos propres objectifs de développement et de la prise en compte des intérêts des autres parties. C'est dans cet esprit que s'est déroulé le premier sommet de notre partenariat avec la Fédération de Russie, sanctionné par l'adoption d'une déclaration fixant le cadre général de ce partenariat. À cause sans doute de l'impact d'un contexte économique marqué par la pandémie de la COVID-19 et peut-être des manques de fermeté dans la programmation opérationnelle, les progrès sont restés limités. L'institutionnalisation du partenariat s'est matérialisée par le respect de certaines échéances, telles que le forum économique et la mise en place d'un comité conjoint d'experts chargé de la traduction en activités sous forme de plan d'action des dispositions de la déclaration. À juger des choses sous l'angle des réalisations concrètes, cependant, tout reste à faire et à faire vite si nous voulons garder à ces partenariats une dynamique conforme à l'histoire exaltante de nos relations et aux intérêts fondamentaux de nos peuples. Personne en Afrique ne saurait oublier le soutien déterminant de l'URSS à notre lutte de libération du colonialisme et de l'apartheid. L'Afrique, c'est 30 millions de kilomètres carrés. Cela a été dit dans cette salle. Près d'1,5 milliard d'habitants, 60% des terres arables non exploitées, les fleuves, les forêts. C'est un grand potentiel en ressources humaines et naturelles. C'est également un très grand marché. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, le triptyque paix, sécurité, développement, retenu comme slogan du Forum Afrique-Russie, s'est décliné à travers l'identification des domaines de coopération opérés à l'intersection des attentes de l'Afrique et des compétences russes. À ce titre, ces domaines conjointement convenus ont porté, entre autres, sur l'énergie, les infrastructures de transport et de logement, l'industrialisation, les technologies numériques, le commerce, l'agriculture, la paix et la sécurité. Je vous ai cité ce qui est contenu dans la déclaration commune. L'exploitation minière moderne au moyen de la haute technologie, la transformation des minéraux, l'exploration géologique, la médecine, la science, l'enseignement et le transfert des technologies pertinentes au regard de ces priorités. Sur un autre plan, notre partenariat doit viser à améliorer la gouvernance mondiale et le renforcement du multilatéralisme à travers la réforme de l'architecture financière internationale, la réforme du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies pour réduire l'injustice flagrante faite aux milliards et demi d'Africains vivant des voix dans cette instance en charge de la paix et de la sécurité dans le monde. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la fonctionnalité d'un tel partenariat ne se mesure pas autrement que par l'évaluation de son bilan, c'est-à-dire au repérage des activités menées entre deux sommets en lien avec les objectifs convenus. Ce deuxième sommet Russie-Afrique devrait donc s'atteler à un tel exercice d'évaluation, ce qui permettrait de mesurer le chemin parcouru, d'identifier les obstacles et d'acter les ajustements éventuels. Bien sûr, 4 ans de vie n'offrent pas la densité de l'âge de la maturité. Et se sont par ailleurs écoulés dans un contexte particulièrement difficile, imposant la mise en berne des préoccupations jugées moins brûlantes. La confiance que nous avons en ce partenariat, justifiée par cette importante présence africaine ici aujourd'hui, nous impose de privilégier une logique de recherche des résultats concrets sur toute autre considération. Pour relever les défis de tous ordres auxquels nous sommes confrontés, les actions retenues au titre de la deuxième décennie de mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2063 pourraient constituer un référentiel de négociation entre la Fédération de Russie et l'Union africaine. Certains résultats concrets pourraient être ici recherchés et obtenus. La balance commerciale entre la Russie et l'Afrique très déséquilibrée au profit de la première doit être améliorée. En effet, les indicateurs du commerce et de l'investissement montrent bien que les échanges sont en dessous du seuil de nos potentiels respectifs. L'énergie doit reprendre ses lettres de noblesse. Les différents accords bilatéraux entre la Russie et certains États membres de l'Union dans ces domaines devront servir de points de départ pour la conception d'une approche consolidée au niveau continental afin de disposer d'une énergie suffisante pour alimenter l'industrialisation de l'Afrique. La sécurité alimentaire, dont les prérequis s'affirment dans le développement de l'agriculture et la production de fertilisants à des coûts compétitifs, viendra en bonne place ici dans cette recherche de résultats concrets. Enfin, le renforcement de la coopération en matière de paix et de sécurité et de la lutte contre le terrorisme appelle des faits et moins de déclarations d'intention. Mesdames et messieurs, mon expérience de près de 7 ans à la tête de la Commission de l'Union africaine m'ont permis d'écouter toutes les sources d'opinion en Afrique. L'un des nombreux thèmes de convergence de ces opinions est celui du souhait unanime de voir les partenariats avec le reste du monde emprunter cette voie du concret, des faits, de l'impact sur le quotidien des citoyens africains. Puisse se sauver, faire résolument écho à de tels ardents souhaits. Je vous remercie de votre bienveillante attention.
And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Большое спасибо, уважаемый господин Хамат. Мы уже говорили об этом. Еще сможем обсудить ситуацию, связанную с конфликтом на Украине. Но мы, конечно, согласны с вами в том, что все противоречия должны решаться в ходе переговоров. Но проблема-то заключается в том, что с нами отказываются вести переговоры. Суть конфликта в основе конфликта лежит создание угроз безопасности России со стороны США и НАТО. Они, еще раз повторю, отказываются от переговоров по вопросам обеспечения равной безопасности для всех, включая Россию. Да и сама Украина, точнее, украинский сегодняшний режим отказывает от переговоров. Официально об этом заявили, и президент Украины принял соответствующий декрет по этому вопросу, запрещающий вести переговоры. Мы неоднократно говорили, я официально сказал, что мы готовы к этим переговорам. Но мы же не можем навязывать переговоры. Поэтому нужно, мне кажется, вести диалог и собраться с той стороной, хотя мы благодарны нашим африканским друзьям за внимание к этой проблеме. Что касается сотрудничества между Россией и Африкой в целом, то, конечно, это мы с вами вместе работали, наши коллеги работали, наши службы работали соответствующим образом для того, чтобы все это заложить в декларацию. Мы очень благодарны и Комиссии Африканского Союза, потому что она принимала самое активное участие в этой работе. И надеюсь, что по результатам мы эту декларацию, как результат нашей совместной деятельности, в ходе подготовки к саммиту примем. Уважаемые друзья, коллеги, я хочу объявить небольшой перерыв. У нас много еще выступающих. Он будет небольшим, и мы начнем второе пленарное заседание в формате рабочего завтрака. Большое спасибо за совместную работу.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us here about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated, the least wealthy continent per capita, the land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars, people who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you because you have read, heard, or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to mother of mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace, and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you? First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. When I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, they say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans. It's for us. A new system that it will support us. It will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well. It will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, like Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And they did their part, right? And now they're gone. Nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now as the sons of Africa to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me personally, but it's about us. Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered
by them. So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated, the least wealthy continent per capita, the land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars, people who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you, because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace and unity dwells. Akebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you? My name is Mika Lucas Chavala, and I was born a leader. My mission to this earth, it is to unite my people. When I look at my life from the very beginning of time until right now, every single thing that I've done, every single place that I went, and every single mission that I've accomplished, it has always been about unity. And even right now, I know that the fight that our forefathers like Mwalimu Nyerere started a long time ago to unite our people, I can still carry on today until the end of time. That's why I'm here, because it's very important to learn about the past, what our forefathers has done, to inspire us to work toward the future. Back in the days, they didn't have internet, but still, they accomplished a lot. Today, we have everything we have, every means possible. And even right now, my organization is what I do with SWAHILI Nation One Africa Foundation is uniting my people inside the continent and outside the continent. We always say that Africa is one big family with 55 different children, 54 countries in Africa, and one diaspora all across the world. The unity is very crucial for our progress. Just like J.K. Nyerere said, without unity, there's no future for Africa. And we as a youth, we're the leaders of today and the leaders of tomorrow. It's about surviving. And without unity, we cannot really have the future for our children and the next generation. Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa and our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
To be of synergy effect, and Russia did manage to preserve sovereignty, as the minister said. We do have a sovereignty because the Western companies have gone, and now we are on our own. And the government is providing a helping hand to support these industries. We are aware about the 3 packages of support for the IT industry. These packages are working, and these packages of support do not only help to survive, but to develop. There are different packages. It is legislative, developing standards, economical, tax breaks, and technological. It is the development of the services and developing new products, software and hardware. And these are the 3 things that we invite you to cooperate. What else could Russia offer to the countries of the global south? I hope that yesterday you either participated or listened to the plenary session deliberations, and quite inspiring was the speech of the president talking about Russia being ready to share the knowledge and the experience in digital technologies to the countries of Africa. And the things the president mentioned, cybersecurity, and what is important, digital e-governance, and the services of e-governance. It stands to reason that Russia has got experience and technologies related to e-governance. So we are among the top 10 countries as far as e-governance knowledge is concerned. And this is a box solution, and it will be only too fair, and it will be great to export to our friendly countries, the countries of Africa. What I mean is that the developments, I'm talking about the multi-use centers, the data management systems and channels and cloud depositories. These things are high in demand in Africa. If we can deduce from the discussions at the forum, and they are on standby for our technologies. I'm sure of that. We will touch.
South Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated, the least wealthy continent per capita. The land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars. People who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day.
And the program is made jointly with the Higher School of Economics. So the professors from the Higher School of Economics will read lectures and provide master classes. And also the Russian high-tech companies representatives will share their experience. So colleagues from African countries will talk about their challenges in the area of governance. Why did they support this program? In a few words, I will reconfirm Vadim's words that Russia has been leading for several years in all of the global ratings in digitalization of governance and developing digital authorities. So the state services site is in the top of all the sites that represent the law. And colleagues from Rostelecom shared their experience. They say that there's a record number of cyber attacks against our sites, and these attacks are successfully repelled. So we have a unique experience in cybersecurity. Probably no other country has such experience. And these achievements mean the digital services are very well developed in Russia. So Russia is getting the highest places in all those global ratings. We were not oriented towards the successes of other countries. We provided our own solutions. And again, I will reconfirm Vadim's and Mr. Minister's word that Russia has reached digital sovereignty and decreased its dependence on Western companies in the most important sectors of economy. So the Russian experience may be in demand in Africa, because the independence from Western IT solutions will allow African countries to preserve their digital and general sovereignty. And it's very important, coming back to the Russian program, this program excited a lot of interest in the IT companies, and a lot of them reconfirmed their desire to participate. Rostelecom is the main partner. Probably you don't have to introduce Rostelecom to the Russian colleagues, but a few words for the foreigners. This is a company that provides digital services, and it's the operators of the portal of state services for the population. And according to the Minister of Economic Development, over 18 million digital services were rendered last year in Russia. So before, people had to go to get certain papers, to wait on lines. Now it's all done online. So it's 18 million services a year. It's fast and efficient, and it's good for both for the government and for the citizens. Also, Russia has a number of companies which are national champions. These will be also represented on the program, and they will also share their experience in digitalization of different processes. The support of those companies is one of the focal points in the program. Summarizing, I would like to invite the colleagues to join this program, to invite the colleagues to visit the desk of our program. It's at G7. pavilion, and I will be ready to share subsequent information about the project. Thank you very much, Anastasia. I know that the audience today represents over 50 African countries that we selected, and I'm calling upon them to participate in this program, if it's not too late, to submit applications and send their candidates or come in person. Thank you. I support you, Roman. We are ready to continue. We are those who are Friends for Leadership. This is an international community which has been developing for over 5 years, and it numbers representative for 135 countries. It was recognized by UN and it was given a special status by the UN. So we pay a lot of attention to the development of competencies. A number of our participants also participate in the discussion. I would like to ask Sonia about the competencies, about the skills that young people need nowadays, because you are working with digital literacy. So what's your vision from your country, from your region?
Okay, thank you so much for having me here. Regarding the competencies that young people need to have, I think it starts from a perspective of basic digital literacy. And what this means is, while mobile penetration in Africa is on the rise, we find that a lot of people are unable to complete or participate or interact with technology to the end as they should, because of a gap in basic digital literacy. And what this means is, you might find the person who is able to, for instance, use a mobile phone. They can make calls, they can take pictures, send tweets, but then they will be unable to, say, send an email, or they will be unable to complete an application online or something like this. And the vehicle of transformation or development is digital literacy, is digital transformation. And so for people to be able to participate in the digital transformation that is slowly taking over the world, it's important that they are able to interact with digital technologies competently. So what we mean by digital literacy is basically developing competency in 5 key areas. So communication and collaboration. If this thing says you tap here to do this, make this call like that, being able to do that proficiently enables you to, access opportunities that enable, in your immediate and, out of your environment. Beyond communication and collaboration, there's information and media literacy. More than ever before, because of the rapid digital transformation, there's information about everything online. However, being able to sift through that information and find information that is not only relevant, but true, as in factual for you, is important to accessing information. So if somebody says, oh, this program is open, you should be able to apply, but you have to pay a fee. As a digital literate person, you would know better than to just, go through that process. You can actually find out, is it true? How much do I need to pay? Where do I need to go? And things like that. When I was traveling here from Nigeria, when I got to the airport in Nigeria, they told me that I needed to get vaccinated. And I was unaware. I was also upset because I felt I should know better. As somebody who is digital literate, I should have actually gone online, like, okay, what are the requirements? What do I need to do? What do I need to have? And that's how being digital literate gives people an edge in not just their society, but to complete globally. Beyond information and media literacy, there's also software device and troubleshooting components. Have you ever seen a person who gave you a phone and said, it can't make calls anymore, I don't know what's wrong with it? So they have this device, and yet for some reason they are unable to do everything that they should be able to do with the device. Of course, that doesn't include our parents because they're from a different time. But, young people should be able to operate devices, not just mobile phones, whether that's laptops, whether that's computers, but to the extent for which they were created. If this is a printer, we should be able to print, with it. If the producers of this phone say, oh, you can take us to Mars, then we should be able to go to Mars with it. We shouldn't settle for using the barest minimum of these devices. So competency in basic digital literacy is necessary for people from around, not just in Nigeria, but around Africa to embrace, because this means we are able to interact with information and our immediate environment as we should. So another area is, internet safety and security. I'm glad that these programs include things like cybersecurity and digital safety, which are very important, because we see that safe internet is fastly becoming a concern. It's a growing concern because the internet is, as we will say, it's a digital world on its own, and so we interact with people from different places, different countries, and with different purposes. This means that as an individual who is going to be able to take advantage of all of the opportunities that are available to you, you have to be able to sift out the things that are nefarious and the things that are, that are good for you. This means maybe knowing better than to click a link when somebody sends you a message and says, oh, click this link for this. It means knowing the difference between putting out your private information or things that should be kept private with you. So internet safety best practices are super important for, young Africans to learn. And this is something that while implementing projects and speaking to people, we find that it is pervasive in almost all levels. Government, like, I'm so glad for the program that she talked about interacting with government officials and all of that. And the interesting thing about internet digital literacy in Africa is that while it's a continent and we have shared experiences, we have different contexts. So what will work for us in Nigeria would probably not work in Chad or maybe South Africa, or what might need to be tweaked a little so that it can work for their context. This means that when we're imagining programs or projects to drive digital transformation, we have to take into account the context within which these countries operate. So even in Nigeria, in different states, I can go to, say, Lagos State, for instance, and it'll be okay to assume that the digital literacy level of students or individuals in Lagos State is higher than that of maybe another state in the north or in the north central or in the west or anywhere else really. And sometimes it will be interesting to find that the reverse is the case. So it's important for us to conduct needs assessment. Where are these people currently? What can they do? What can they do? How can we help them? What is the best way? So that means we have to, include a multi-stakeholder approach. So that's whether it's driving STEM education, whether it's creating research and development centers, whether it's creating exchange programs that allow for exchange. How are you doing it in Russia? What's happening? What is working? What didn't work? How can we, tweak it to fit context? Whether that's that, then, we will have conversations and take what works for us and, tweak it to be something that we can share that can drive transformation. But at the basic level, what Africans and particularly Nigerians need to be learning is basic digital literacy skills. What can I do? How can I interact with people? Even as simple as you can have an opportunity and it connects you with somebody around the globe and this person says, oh, hey, look, I need you to write a script for me or direct a movie for me and I'll pay you so and so. And then the question becomes, how do I get the money? There's all this, barriers to free exchange of information. Well, maybe not information, but finances and all these types of things. So the thing I always tell the students I teach about digital literacy is it's more of a mindset. It starts from a mindset before it becomes an ability. So for instance, if I go somewhere and they say, oh, you need to print. And I say, okay, I don't have access to printer. What can I do? And then you say, oh, I can scan it. I can print it out. So it's a mindset that constantly tries to find a solution to a problem using the current digital devices or digital means available to you. So yeah, at the basic level, basic digital literacy, information and media literacy, communication and collaboration, software device operation and troubleshooting, internet, online safety, and all of these things are important skills that, Africans in general need to have to be able to compete in this new digital world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sonia, for very interesting things about cultural context, which locally might be quite different, because always when we say that all these solutions we can take from Russia and bring to Africa, it's really no one thinks about quite diverse situation from region to region and macro region, including several countries, including the linguistic aspects and other aspects. I'm quite in agreement with what you just said. скакать с языков уже, это все-таки у нас форум международный.
I apologize, and I will be switching from one language to another because it's an international forum, and it just emphasizes that Russia is minding and is taking into consideration that we have an international forum and there are people speaking different languages present over here. And so at the previous session, when we were talking about the young leaders projects, it is important to unite the young leaders. We will get to that discussion as far as the international agenda is concerned and how we will have to be inbuilt into it as the digital leaders. And I would like to give floor to the next speaker, and Yuruda, and what competencies do you think will be needed in your country and your region?
Well, thank you so much. First of all, my name is Lasford. I'm from Zambia, a beautiful country, a place where tourism flourishes, and well, we are hospitable people. So those who want to come, please do come there. I run a company and I'm a founder of Lasco Technologies Limited, which runs various IT services and solutions, and basically we are into innovation. Our vision really is to see a digitalized world where technology powers the prosperity and the growth of the economy, where we live underground. And we look forward to be the leaders to the economic growth of our economy, indeed. To this effect, we have an innovation where we design an online learning system. I guess I've seen a lot of people, like today, we are talking about literacy and literacy and literacy. Well, we haven't left that behind. We have an online learning platform where we bring different entrepreneurs to share their skills together. And as they share, they obtain and substantial, and not just substantial, also sustainable income for themselves. And so I'm going to speak from that angle, and I will mind my language, not to be technical, but look at that objectively. So the question is, what type of skills do we need in Africa? Well, that's a very good question. Sonia has looked at the basic aspects, and mostly Vadim and Anastasia have really brought out a lot of skills that we need, such as cybersecurity, the AI and other services that we need. But allow me to bring out something into context. First of all, if we are to work together at a sustainable level, I always believe in having a backbone. The backbone of technology is what will sustain our dialogue. It is what will sustain our technology. And we will have to really look at two things. We have looked at capacity building, which is very, very important in various spheres. So let me not labor much on the type of skills we need, because I think the three speakers have done justice to the three. And so let me not dwell so much on that, because digital literacy has been brought in, and cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, robotics, all these have been brought in. But allow me to take an angle where we look at how best can we work together. And what backbone do we need for us to sustain the technology? I may have the skill. Unfortunately, if I do not have the tools to use, I'm not going to sustain it. So you're gonna give it to me and I'll forget it tomorrow. So if we, by all means, look at 2 or 3 things that we're going to bring out, then that will sustain our digitalization of Africa. Number one, if we invest in technology carefully, if we invest in technology, especially the green sector, and we can use the policy instruments, and I'll bring out 3. The cluster method, I can bring out smart specialization initiatives that we can utilize, and I can also bring out project demonstration. Now, I have I promise to keep my language straight. So cluster, I'm looking at how can we identify the ideas that are related and correlated together, bring them together and join forces with those initiatives, and then find a way to support them. So if we can cluster these ideas together, I am saying I'm into e-learning. There is another one here that is into e-learning because that is what we are doing. And so if we can use that method, bring the people together, we'll be able to sustain an initiative that is being birthed. And I talked about smart specialization initiative that we can utilize, where we identify the people, we go into Zambia, identify the skills, and the skills that we identify in that particular country, we harness we address that skill and begin to support it from the local objective. She mentioned about being specific in a particular country or whichever area you're coming from. But we can identify these particular skills that are coming from that particular region, bring them together to a point where it is homegrown and sustained. So I'm talking about clustering things from a particular region. I'm talking about identifying the skills and the abilities that we have within our region, and then be able to come up with something positive. I talked about project demonstration initiative. I am glad that you are doing so, but there are initiatives like what we are doing, the e-learning initiative. We have different initiatives that young people are generating. And I might mention, the African youth are thinkers. We have ideas. We have the innovation within us. We have the ability. We have the capacity. We need your support and partnership in bringing these ideas together. So the project demonstration initiative allows you to identify these initiatives and then bring this innovation to a point that they arise from the idea level to a point where we can accelerate them to a level they are supposed to operate from. This way, we are going to sustain our technology and the digitalization of Africa. I don't believe in being given in Shima and then tomorrow I start looking for mirror meal. Show me how to look for a mirror meal. Show me how to develop something so that I can sustain it. And if it's homegrown, bottom up, it becomes strong. The other area that we can do is to invest strongly. And I'll be very, very specific before my time. You didn't give me my time, Mr. Roman. Thank you. All right, so both into ICT technical skills. Now, I'm not going to talk about the basic skills. I'm talking about the infrastructure of our IT systems. Our computers in Africa are very expensive. And it is very true because they are manufactured from outside. So they're expensive. And as you may be aware, most of our people might not manage to acquire that particular gadget. So if you give me a skill, which is very excellent, what am I going to use it on? I have less money in my pocket. And therefore, if we can consider investing in Africa in form of computer manufacturing plants, bring one in Zambia, take one in Malawi, take another one in Congo. Well, we have resources. For your own information, we have minerals, we have plenty of land. If you can consider, these places can be given to you. The land can be given to you. Minerals and access can be given to you. Let's partner together, come up with computer manufacturing plants in our country. Then the computers will be affordable. Then we'll be able to buy computers, and when you give us the skill, we'll be able to use them effectively. We were looking at issues of internet access. There is a digital divide, indeed, from the rural area to the urban area. Most people may not have access to the other places. You have the technology, you have the 5G and the BEV. Why not bring that into our country together, into Africa and different countries of Africa? Please, when I mention Africa, I'm talking about several countries. Just be mindful of that. So I'm talking about different countries within, with different resources and ability. I'm looking at the investment into server farms. and data centers into our cities. If we have this backbone, we will be able to run things effectively. If we can have fiber technology covering the entire continent, covering the large part of Africa, then we'll be able to sustain our technology as young people that are rising up. And then the last part that I'm going to look at is capacity building, which you mentioned. Now I can answer your question partly. We want capacity building in different sectors, right? Security, I believe cybersecurity is number one. We'll need it because as we develop the backbone and begin to use these systems together, we need to know how to secure it. And it is also vital for us to tap into the artificial intelligence that you have. I have seen amazing things. I was going through and going around the shops around here and the exhibitors. They are showing us nice artificial intelligence powered system, face detection system, smart city, smart transport, you know, the tracking systems. These are things that we bring on board. When we implement these systems, and you talked about e-governance, excellent. When we have these systems, the issues that may arise will be controlled. The policies will be controlled because we have the systems in place. So give us the backbone. Then we'll sustain the technology and ride on that particular backbone. I have been an IT specialist for a long time. Anytime I get a job, the first thing that I do is to work on the backbone of my IT department. And I never fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Большое спасибо. Очень важный взгляд.
Thanks a lot. That's an important thing, and there are so many specific things, something that kind of discussion is missing. And since we have placed an emphasis on youth, and I think that's how we should make comments, being open and transparent, and I am sure that discussion could be viewed by many people who are interested in the forum, and the conclusions could be made based on your talk, and we will continue the discussion with another speaker. And I would like to request our next speaker to give the forecast of how we should develop the digital dialogue between Russia and Africa. If you please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Awal Abubakar Usman from Nigeria. Yes, I'm a creative innovator. Firstly, before I quickly start what I'm planning to say, I want to apologize by saying that I don't know even that I'm one of the speakers here. I just came to listen to my brothers. But unfortunately, moderators show that you are one of the speakers here. So I quickly highlighted 6 problems that we, Africa, we are facing, and we want international organizations like you to come and cooperate with us so that if we address these issues, before that, you have to know that we, Africa, we are facing food crisis. That is, we want you to come and collaborate with us in terms of agriculture. Because up to now, we are not using artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies in our agricultural processes. So we want a system that increase crop yield and improve farm profitability through optimized resource utilizations. Actually, we are in need of that. Secondly, we need early detection and prevention of plant disease, leading to reduce our crop yield. Third, we need efficient utilization of water resources through AI-driven irrigation management. We are also in need of that. Fourth, we need a system that enhances decision-making capabilities for farmers through AI-based recommendation and insight. 5, we need a system that improves sustainability of agricultural practices through reduced chemical usage and data resources management. 6, we need you guys to come and empower our farmers with advanced technologies and tools for informed decisions making. And you have to know that addressing this challenge requires investment in agricultural infrastructure, access to resources and technologies, research and extension services, climate smart farming practices and policies that support small-scale farmers, additionally solutions to food shortage in Africa. Of course, we need you to come Africa and meet with our stakeholders so that we can out of food crisis. Of course, Russia is one of the countries that have a good programmers, you have a good technologies, you have almost a good systems that improve our day-to-day activities. So we, Africa, we need you to come and help us in terms of these things. I think with this short introduction, I may say thank you.
Спасибо. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Esteemed colleagues, esteemed participants, we are coming to the second part of our session when each of you can bring up your own ideas or share your experience in digital transformation, in the development of digital competencies, in the development of IT entrepreneurship in your country and region. So raise your hands. Well, please introduce yourself and please be very brief. Good afternoon. Should I speak Russian or English? Yeah, there's interpretation. Okay. My name is Veronika Kalnaus. I represent 5 Point company. We are residents of Skolkovo and we develop AI in energy, in reading emotions in humans. We have 15 projects. We use the top-notch experts in different areas. We have a very good project in energy generation, which proved efficient. It is 6 times better than Siemens analogs. And if you're interested, I heard that there's some problems in agriculture and so on, and probably they use computer vision, and we can help you solve these problems. Colleagues, are you ready to answer these questions? This question? Do you have anything to say? Well, I will only comment. Really, we have the developments, and this may be one of the components of the box solution that I described that can be exported to Africa. I'm certain that you all know the concept that is proposed within the framework of sustainable digital dialogue provides not for a dependency on the solution that is being supplied. So it's not adaptation to standards, but a possibility to build your own ecosystem. And I see that you have that possibility. And I think the advantage of the IT solutions, the box IT solutions that I spoke about for exports into African countries. Thank you. I saw a question. Pass on the microphone, please. Yulia Nelubina, the Competence Center for Blockchain from St. Petersburg State University. And I would like to tell you and to invite you to collaborate in our project. This is an alternative channel for exchanging financial messages. Briefly speaking, it's an alternative to SWIFT system, which will allow banks from different countries to exchange financial messages without, well, fear of sanctions, or rather avoiding sanctions, because it's a decentralized ledger where the banks from different countries are equal partners. And if you're interested in this system, we can demonstrate it, we can speak in more detail, we can exchange experience, because we represent a competence center that is, we do research, we teach people, we are open for collaboration on a free basis, and we will share all of our developments. We are open for any sort of cooperation. Thank you. Thank you for my alma mater. That is very pleasant, colleagues.
Thank you so much. My name is Wilbert, founder of InnoBit, an e-procurement system, disruptive tech in Namibia that was founded last year. From my experience and based on the stakeholder engagements with government officials or organizations, I see that there's a reluctancy in government agencies accepting this digitalization of certain industries like the procurement systems, because of the transparency that comes with it. So the system that we developed actually uses artificial intelligence to detect price anomalies in bids. And when a bid is out of range, it actually raises a red flag and rejects such bids to go through the system. And we are currently testing the system with different users, but also have done some stakeholder engagements with government agencies and private organizations. You see that there is a welcoming part from private organizations. Private organizations are ready to accept it, and we have found a few companies that will actually run it into just to enhance the solution before we can actually finally go on with it. But then with the government, you find that there's actually a resistance to some sort. So how can we actually introduce this properly to the government and have them accept them? And this is why I come in also on your point, Ms. Anastasia, that I think you should also look into the training that you spoke about, to not only include government officials, but also look into entrepreneurs that are developing this kind of solutions so that they can actually work together with government agencies, just to do away with the corruption in procurement and everything of that sort. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let's diversify it. Let's diversify the geography. There's quite a lot of time.
My name is Daniel. I'm come from Congo, Brazzaville. I'm a president of YouthCom Association, the association based on ICT. We training girls and boys in ICT skills, but we still have need support. We still have need sponsor for others project, because we want to train rural girls and boys. They don't have accessibility to internet. They don't have many things. My question is, what is the plan that is thinking about to help NGO organization to have some of skills, capacity building, or to help paying computer science, for instance, to train peoples or youth? Thank you.
Thank you so much. By the way, yeah, maybe any feedback, comment, or we continue the round of interventions if you want. Yeah, but
yes, the subject that the colleague touched upon is very important. Girls in ICT. There's an international track on the level of International Telecommunication Union, at the level of the UN. Russia pays a lot of attention to this track. In Russia, this problem does not exist, but we know that the popularization of the profession of an IT expert among women is an issue that is very burning for a lot of countries, and we believe that it makes sense to establish dialogue at the level of civil society. Because your organization is part of the civil society, it makes sense to see what organizations do that in Russia and get acquainted and talk to one another, maybe through Россотрудничество. That's my understanding, and that's my image of how this could be done.
If I could just add to that, the challenges that are facing Africa actually honestly require a multi-stakeholder approach. This means that, he said, engaging with different groups of stakeholders when trying to solve a problem. So we avoid working in silos. So there's not one organization here working on their own, another organization there working on their own. So there needs to be some sort of integration to ensure that this whatever interventions or solutions we're channeling or rolling out are able to cascade down from maybe top to bottom to top, or from top to bottom. That one. Secondly, beyond working in silos, multi-stakeholder approach. This is important because having different people in the room when we're creating solutions or innovations, especially the individuals who are going to be the recipients or beneficiaries of this project, is a sure way of ensuring, sustainability, a sure way of ensuring maximum impact, as well as, to be able to recreate or replicate it in different areas. And again, which takes us back to context. So I think she's mentioned AI, blockchain. She's asked for, ICT interventions. He's mentioned transparency in procurement systems. So if the government, like she's mentioned, the government has a program where they want to interact with 40 or over 40, representatives of different countries in Africa, then we can begin to cascade the conversation down. The government approach is digital governance, right? And digital governance includes procurement or transparency in procurement. Then we go back to access and equitable start education. Then we go to infrastructure, R&D. So when we're able to cascade this interventions down with benchmarks for and a framework for for execution, then we know that okay, we're making progress. This would help us avoid duplication. So in Nigeria, we see something about how we have beautiful pieces of policy here and there just littered around, but implementation is a problem. So we don't want to start something with the government, then start something with this individual, then start something, and then at the end of the day, we say, oh, there's Russian Africa Cooperation, Russia and Nigeria do this, Russia and Malawi do that, and this and that, but we can't actually see progress. So it's important we integrate our solutions, bearing in mind the context of different countries, that we're deploying these solutions to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for wonderful intervention, which brought such interesting feedback. I see one hand there.
Thank you very much. My name is Eje David. I'm a student of Innopolis University, Machine Learning Engineering. And over the years, I have actually tried to implement a couple of solutions in Africa relating to machine learning. And I can talk about two products I've tried to roll out. The first one is in the health sector. It is about using AI in the health sector. And the second one was about building NLP, natural language processing models for the African languages. But the interesting thing is there is a common problem that I faced, working on these two projects. And this problem is about data. And I just try to bring it up because it wasn't spoken about in the conversation. The truth is AI is as good as the data it was trained on. And before we can talk about implementing AI solutions in Africa, we need to look at how we can efficiently extract data from everyone, right? And quality data. My guess is that we should pay more attention to extracting quality data. And the challenge with this is that there is a lot of grassroots areas in Africa where it may prove to be difficult to extract this data. So we should pay attention to implementing strategies and infrastructure that can seamlessly help us to, extract this data, to process this data, and use this data to build efficient systems. For example, the speaker talked about agriculture, right? And this is also a project that has been ongoing in Africa and in Nigeria to be specific, for some time. And the major problem was the farmers were not really literate to understand, give out this data about the crops. And there are some peculiar crops to Africa because of the climate and this. So putting in measures in place so that we can actually get data from people like this and from areas like this would actually go a long way in building this sustainable digitalization that we talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any feedback?
Excellent. This tells me and proves to you, the people that are watching us live and those that are within, that African youths are thinkers. They are think tanks. All right? So consider us on the decision-making table. Just put us into consideration. Don't forget us. Now, one thing that I do when I came here, I look for policy direction whenever an innovation is being mentioned. And I think it is very, very important for us seated in this room. Just, I think some days when we came here, the beloved president of this country gave us a welcome message. I think it was on the paper. And I have a copy here. The first thing that I did is to rush to that particular message. And I was looking for policy direction in that particular message. The message that was given yesterday was also giving policy direction of Russia. So he says something that is amazing, and I'm going to quote something that is something that we can learn from. Just give me not a second, because the second is in milliseconds. All right. So he says Russia supports the aspiration of Africa nations to secure socio-economic stability and advancement. It is important that over the past few years, cooperation between Africa and Russia has reached this new height. Now, this is where my point comes in. He says we intend to continue in this direction, working to boost trade and investment. So number one is trade and investment I'm looking at, then deepen cooperation and work together to address pressing issues as the fight against corruption, fight against poverty, training modern workforce, ensuring food security and tackling climate change, and other the message goes. Why have I quoted that? It's because whenever the leader speaks, they give us a policy direction. Each innovator must be able to pick the policy direction so that some of the innovations we are doing are not stuck. Because most of the support that we get always lies in policy of the government and those that are with us. Don't be scared, maybe that one will be handled later. All right, so it is not that the leaders are rigid. It is sometimes we go off the policy at that particular time. But one day the policy will align with your vision. For a long time, I have been talking to myself, I need to be a contributor of economic development through technology. And when our government came into power, the first statement they mentioned is, we want to grow the economy through technology. And I knew my time has come. Today I'm here and I'm with you. So policy direction is very, very important as you align your innovation and your work. I thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very inspiring remark. We had several hands here, please. Yeah, ladies first.
Thanks
a lot. I'm Anna Tsvetkov from the Ural Legal Institute, named after Yakovlev. And I am on the NGO developing criminalistics. We are developing the legal instruments. One is to identify the falsified signature in the digital documents. And I think that cooperation with Africa will result in the emergence of legal instrument documents with the particulars. And so we would like to invite you for cooperation to develop jointly the AI system that will be recognizing not only Russian signatures, but signatures who are speaking different languages. And the development of the software provides for the joint system of legal instruments, legal documents, so that the standards coincide, aligned, so that we will be able to cooperate. This aspect is important for cooperation, and I think it will be a focus of cooperation in the future. There's another question over there. That's quite an interesting applied initiative, and I think it will be find a response.
Speak in the French because I'm very stable to speak in the French. Merci beaucoup. Première des choses, si nous regardons ici, j'aime venir sur les problèmes de Russie et Afrique.
Thank you. We can see that there are many joint problems in Russia and in Africa. There are many countries in Africa, and the representatives of these countries have come to this country, and they're talking about the same thing, about the necessity of partnership with Russia. And we are not talking about Africa on the whole. We are speaking about the specific countries. When I talk about Africa, I mean my own country, first of all. And when I talk about challenges and issues, these are the issues of my own country. Indeed, there was reference to challenges in agricultural sector in Africa. But we have scientists in African universities who are addressing these challenges. They are publishing scientific papers. They make scientific research, but sometimes the research are not implemented, are not enforced. And when people are hungry, they tend to forget about science. And when your stomach is empty, you're not interested in science. And the challenges in Russia are of a different nature. And the partnership cooperation between Russia and Africa is possible. In the agricultural domain as well. And when we fine-tune it, all the people in Africa will not be hungry, and they will be dealing with the science, and they will be developing economies. So when you're hungry, you won't be engaged in science. You won't be developing science. Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Russia for giving us this opportunity and chance to attend this summit. Especially, I have seen youths in this room, and we are here to discuss, the main agenda, which is, like a catalyst for national development. We are talking about digital, we are talking about tech in general. And all the points are good. All the, the views are very good, maybe for improving where we are, and we just need to focus where we are going to. But the main concern on the side, we are talking about how we can maybe get in the practical and practical training, capacity building to the youths and other groups, but we forget about the reason. We forget about the source. The source, from my side, I see we forgot, the lower part. We forgot about the teachers, you see? We are talking about the teachers, the tech. I'm an engineer by profession, but I started to use computer when I was at the university, you can imagine. And I struggled a lot to be where I am now, you see? And that's the reason why I can say so many African, especially African countries, we are facing challenges, especially in digital and tech at large. Because we didn't have, the solid foundation for us to see or to reach where we're supposed to be. Like having teachers who can provide, the digital or tech skills from the ground, from the grassroots. Example for the children, primary school children, you see, secondary school youths. We started to have tech when we are at universities. It's where we just find that, okay, I can select maybe to be a computer engineer and other field. And most people, they think that to have, tech or digital skills is necessary to have the background of having computer science or computer engineering. And we really forget about having tech skills is not necessary, though it's very important, but it's not necessary to have, the computer skills or computer engineering or computer science background. So we have to consider the source. The source is we don't have, the knowledge from grassroots. We don't have, the knowledge, especially for our teachers who are teaching us in primary and secondary school they don't have, digital or tech skills. So we have to consider that. And this summit, let it be fruitful, especially for African countries. Let it be meaningful. Let us take action. We are youth. We are here to represent all youths in Africa. And in that case, I can say that we need to take action now. We need to take action, serious action. Not just only talking, but we need to see all the points, all the views are well considered and taken action so that we can improve, so that we can see the real objective of us, to have the partnership, to have, collaboration between Russia and Africa. We really appreciate for your vision in Africa, and we are humble and honored to receive all the plans you have for Africa. But what we need to consider is looking forward to strengthen our relationship through actions. That's it all. Thank you so much.
While you are given the floor, yes, I would like to support your words and once again highlight that the Friends for Leadership Network, the majority of young participants which are represented here, is exactly an action-oriented network of strengthening each other by synergizing our projects, by saying what we can do together, what we need, what resources, what help is required. And that's how we move together. Please.
Thank you so much. I will speak in French. Je m'appelle Abdelhadi Naguib. Je suis un jeune entrepreneur du CAD.
I'm a young entrepreneur. It's very pleasant to hear about certain initiatives. I just wanted to clarify. My brother has just said that we are hungry in Africa, but we are not physically hungry. We are hungry for new technologies. We lack new technologies. Actually, we have 80,000, or rather 80 million of square kilometers of fruitful land. We can really feed everyone, and we see that the agriculture in the Russian Federation is so advanced that you feed the whole world. We could also do that. How did you make that progress? Because you have advanced technologies, and we now don't have those advanced technologies. We have 120 million of headstock. We can feed not only our country, but other African countries. And the young people in Africa would like to get that experience and access to those technologies that are being used in Russia. Because today in Africa, there's quite a lot of labor force. There's quite a lot of smart people, but there's a lack of technologies. And maybe all the eyes are at Russia that could help us with that. Thank you very much, colleagues. Does anyone have comments about that? Well, I fully agree with what you said. And during the previous session, we said that because of the geopolitical situation, Russia is alone and facing technological challenges, and it acutely needs engineers and IT people, and that's a reason for partnership, because some of the competencies and some of the technologies that exist in Africa are in demand in Russia. And we are talking about providing a synergy, helping one another and going on together like equal partners who do not depend on one another, but develop together. This is what our summit is about. Russia offers a hand of friendship, and our heart is open. It is not a time for neo-colonialist models or paternalist models. Russia needs Africa, and a number of African countries needs Russia in certain areas, and we as a new generation must find those areas and saturate them with specific action and specific projects. And so we are mainly talking about digitalization and IT sector, but it's a very good thing that other problems are being raised, and that adds really heat to our discussion. We'll try to give the floor to the young lady here, and there's a number of other sectors who did not speak yet. You're welcome.
Bon, hello. I can speak in French. Bon, je vous remercie d'avoir pris la parole.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I thank you for all the presentations, and I believe that currently the African continent faces a lot of problems. And this is first and foremost food security. And the second problem is simply security. We need real sovereignty in the area of sanitation, hygiene, and technology. We see how the world is developing in the 21st century. All the countries are talking about technological sovereignty. But for this, we first and foremost need food sovereignty. We, the young entrepreneurs in France, see that we have common problems. In Africa, when you set up a company, this company can only exist for a couple of years and then ceases to exist. Why? Because there is financial support, lack of financial support. We're not supported. We need partners. We need people who will help us resolve these problems and who will help the young Africans to develop their own technologies. I'm not talking about the money exceptionally. I'm talking about the share that will help us preserve our enterprises. I really support the idea that there's 250 million people who are suffering from hunger. And if you look at Russia, it produces 40% of grain that is sold in the global market. And certainly Russia could feed Africa, but we expect assistance from Russia in every area, but we are constantly talking about the agriculture, and that's a priority. Really, the digital revolution is very important for us. It's very important for our new generation. The new technology, what we want and need. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you, that's important. We'll pass the microphone there. It's very important to understand that we should not live in parallel realities. When we are talking about digital and some people are talking about food, you need to understand that all that is interconnected, and when people are well fed, they will become philosophers and scholars, and they will create new technologies. That's true. You know the current geopolitical situation, you know who is doing what and why, and how Russia counters it. And you know that we are in for success. We will just have to wait a little bit. So Africa, in good partnership with Russia will succeed. Just one phrase that I'll add. I think President Putin put it right yesterday. He spoke about the supplies of grain, free grain. We're really open, we are really ready, and we'll do everything that depends on us.
Thank you so much. My name is Malual Bolkir. I am from South Sudan, and I am the founder of the African Youth Action Network, which is a youth leadership and peace building organization that's fronting young people as agents of social and integral development. In fact, Africa is one of the richest continents in the world, and we have everything that we need, but we need the know-how on how to use the resources that we do have for our own good. So the first thing that I would comment on is how do we make sure that from this we create our awareness on how do we learn and exchange and experiences from each other. What would Africa take from Russia? So for example, Russia has the technological and digital advancement compared to Africa. So I think it's very important that there is need for more awareness on the continent about why it is important, because we are going into a digital world where technology and digitalization of the world will be one of the top priority right now. So I think knowing it from the continent that Russia is advancing that will create a lot of interest from a lot of countries and people and companies within the continent to learn from Russia and to be able to use it to promote better services and development in various parts of the continent. So the other thing is digitalization that we are talking about right now is very far from some of the people within the continent. A lot of people talk about the context. There are some of the people within the continent that have never used a smartphone, and that is not a lie. Yet a lot of the minerals that is used for producing all of this, majority of it globally is within the continent. But a lot of people have never used smartphones. So I think there is need to create more awareness and at the same time to see what is it that the continent will learn, what can we learn, and how do we cooperate and build a relationship on the areas and that has commonalities and common values between the continent and Russia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a question here, long awaited.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Veronica Chipa and I am from Zambia. So for me, there are two areas that I feel the IT industry also comes in. The first one is a war that the entire world is actually facing. This is the war against ecology. So it's no secret that Africa is really lacking behind when it comes to ecology. So it would be very interesting to see how Russia can partner with Africa to modify ecological systems. The second area would be to deal with fashion and designing. It's also not a secret to understand that fashion is one of the contributing factors to contaminating our environment and ecology at large. So I would like to think that if we can partner together using IT to tackle problems that deal with ecology as well as with fashion, then we are on for a better ride. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I assume we are not in a position to comment this as we are running out of the... If you can give a short remark.
Thank you. So just as final words to say, I would think it's important for us to keep two things in mind. That one, digital transformation is not separate from whatever other challenge. They are one and the same, just like Roman has said, really, that digital transformation is what's going to drive food security, to drive whatever the challenge that you think is most pressing for your country or for your context, it will be driven by digital transformation. That's how we're going to get there. And secondly, digital transformation really happens at different levels and stages. So we have e-governance at the top and down to the rural people, maybe it's access and inclusion, or at the middle, it can be They can be infrastructure. So digital transformation for different people mean different things. However, what is the same with digital transformation is that the effects can be felt at different levels by different people. So if digital transformation drives increase in food security, I don't need to know how to code or to have ever held the smartphone to feel the effect of food security. So that means that if digital transformation solves that problem, whether or not I know how to use tech, I have food. So that's why digital transformation really happens in different levels. So for somebody else, I don't need to hold the phone. I just need to have food. And so that's, I think, the mindset that we need to have, that digital transformation happens for different people at different levels. For me, my own digital transformation might mean access to broadband technology, 5G, or access to devices. For somebody else, it might mean access, inclusion and access. Let me just learn how to use a computer. For another person, it might be so it's the effects of digital transformation that I think we have to bear in mind, as opposed to direct involvement in driving, digital transformation. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Мне кажется, что вы как раз своим примером и своим выступлением...
I think by your talk and your example, you made a perfect conclusion of this session, and we have run out of the time allocated to the session. We cannot mark time, and I would like to thank all the participants, and it was quite a dynamic discussion, and you can see that if...
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. So Africa, a place where poverty and pandemic diseases are originated. The least wealthy continent per capita. The land where the only things to be found are animals, corrupted leaders, poor kids, dirty water and civil wars. People who are in need for help, donations and support, aka the NGO's motherland. For others, honestly, Africa is just a very hot, dark and sad place everyone wishes to escape one day. Well, whether you're an African or not, this thinking isn't new to you because you have read, heard or felt the same way before. Just type the word Africa on Google right now. Turn on your TV and see what the NGOs portray. Watch movies from Hollywood. Ask your mama, friends, or ask yourself, what is Africa? Yet if you're still struggling to believe, let me ask you this. What comes to your mind when you hear the word Africa? Tell me the first thought that comes to your mind right now. Honestly, tell me right now. But what really is Africa? What is Africa? Listen, there are many theories about the name, but one that is close to the truth is Al-Kebulan. This name translates to Mother of Mankind, or according to other sources, the Garden of Eden, the place where love, peace, and unity dwells. Al-Kebulan is an extremely old word. Many nations in Africa use this word, including Ethiopians, Nubians, Moors, and Numidians. For me, this isn't just the theory, but the truth. My truth I choose to believe in. As cliche as it sounds, that's the future I'm hoping for. The tomorrow I'm fully determined to see. The dream I am convinced and dedicated to fighting for until it happens. What is Africa for you? Hello everybody, this is Mika.
This is Paul.
Welcome to Swahili Nation Podcast.
Naam, hii ndo sehemu pekee kabisa ambayo unakupata kila kitu ambacho kinahusu bara la Afrika.
Bwana, you're not ready for this, my brother. You're not ready for this, Tanzania.
Africa is ready.
Hichi ni kitu ambacho hujawahi kutegemea. Kitu ambacho hakijawahi kutokea.
So Africa, West, North to South hajawahi kutokea.
Unajua bwana Paul, watu wamekuwa wanatutaka kwa muda sana kufanya hii session kwa Kiswahili.
Sasa wa Tanzania wako wanalalamika sana. Tunatumia Kiingereza sana.
Exactly.
Nao tunatumia lugha ya Kiswahili.
Wakati umefika sasa.
It's the time.
You stay right there, don't go nowhere.
Don't go nowhere.
Huu ni wakati ambapo Afrika inakwenda kubadilishwa. Kupitia vitu hivi, unajua?
For real.
Now we cannot do this without you guys. Hatuwezi kufanya vitu bila ninyi.
Tunahitaji support yenu. Tu support kwa aina yote ile. Hata kama ni kusubscribe channel yetu, like, kushare huu ujumbe kwa sababu tunahitaji kila mtu apate huu ujumbe.
Welcome to Swahili Nation.
Thank you so much.
Out of here.